Hello. I'm going to make a little bit of breakfast while I wait for people to show up, and then we'll go. Hello. Probably get started in about 5 minutes, something like that. How's it going, people? This will not be an infinity hour stream. I hate to break it to you. It will be shorter than that. Will we get to the end, boss? I don't know. Okay. Let me make sure the temperature is set up properly. We're going to start. The goal today is that I want to implement this idea that I've vaguely had for a new undo system for a while. And, you know, sometimes these ideas, you have enough work to do as someone making video games, and the ideas don't necessarily happen. And you have them, and you have them, and then you realize 18 months, 2 years later, that you still have that one idea, and you haven't like pushed forward on it at all. And so, if it's going to be real and good enough for ship time of the game, you kind of should try it at some point, because otherwise, you know, sometimes ideas, when they're vague things that you've never tried anything like them before, sometimes they work out great, and sometimes they don't work out great. And sometimes they work in a big game like this. Maybe they might be good in some parts of the game and not good in other parts of the game. And so the goal is to get this in, you know, before we're in the, you know, run up to ship, when everything is just about just getting things done off checklists and stuff, right? Like, while there's time for big creativity, we want to get this in. And so I just want to do it today. I picked a weekend day because why not? I probably should observe weekends more than I do, but I don't. And I didn't have anything else scheduled for today. So we're going to go from start to finish and do this entire UI. We're going to start doing with dumb stuff like just getting any kind of UI to appear, hooking it up to keyboard controls, all that sort of basic thing. And then we'll start getting actually picky about what it does. And hopefully by the end of the stream, however long the stream is, we'll have something that satisfies for the near future, like where it's like, okay, this thing is in, it basically works, people could see what it does, and we'll just play the game with it for a while and see what it seems like. So that's the plan. We'll see how it is. All right. Already the temperature in the room was already bad. That's what it's like living in a modern apartment building. Okay. Yes. So we have a Sokoban game that compiles and runs. Takes a little longer to start up than I would like, but that's okay. Once we switch to a different rendering API, it's all like shader loading, right? And once we switch to a better rendering API, we can make the shader loading much faster. We're using OpenGL right now, and it's terrible. Right now, I have like a blank undo history on this level, so I'm just going to run around for a second and like build some. And surely we're going to change this again later, but, you know. So this is what we have. All right, I could quit out the level, and what we're going to want to do is build something that lets us navigate that kind of a history, because all that we have right now is this classic indie game Sokoban thing where the undo history is invisible. So here we've loaded up, and this is about the state where we were, and I can hit Z to undo individual moves, but I can't, you know, I can't see what that's going to undo, and I can't, you know, it's just a little bit of a minimal way to control things. And once you've undone stuff, like time is still moving, and you can't like redo things. You can't inspect, because once you've undone something, it's gone, right? So we want to give you the ability to at least treat time linearly, to be able to go inspect back, review the history of events, see where you want to go in that history of events without just constantly destroying everything, right? And then, maybe allowing people to do that at multiple levels of detail. And we'll see what that looks like in a bit. Okay. So first thing, we know we're going to do a new UI. And I mean, I guess we call a lot of these files like undo, whatever. How many files do we have that have the word undo? Okay, so I could call it undo UI or something like that. But I've got a file called undo, and it's annoying to have to, So I this is stupid, but it's an ergonomic issue where I want to come up with a file name that reads intelligently, but that has a different, I want to call it side undo panel, just because I can type the word side. And we're going to, we can rename this at will or whatever, but let's just make some basic stuff. So we're going to say update side undo panel. That's a function. We're going to have something to draw this, right? We're going to have some settings that we use to control I don't know. We're going to have stuff like a background color. We're going to have open rate. How long does it take to open? Or how many opens per second is the way that I sort of do this, because rates are more intuitive to adjust than durations, right? Because higher means faster. Close rate 5. I don't know. We're just putting placeholder stuff. So I'm just going to add the file to source control. I'm in the wrong source tree, which is why that isn't working. Did you see how long that took? Ugh. All right, cool. So now we will not forget to check in our code. We need to call this from somewhere. And I'm just going to be lazy for now and put the update in the draw. And we can move that later. We're breaking it out into separate things, so it's kind of hygienic, and we can move it later. But, for now, we're just going to put the update in the draw. Oh, actually, let's not do that, because we want to pass. We're going to pass like a UI DT to there, and we don't necessarily want to pass that DT to the draw function. So let's do that. So in simulate, actually we have a HUD file that we can do. So we call draw HUD. This takes a DT because it's kind of a little bit messy. So we can call both of these from here, right? So character select wheel, we did that during a different stream. So we could go update side undo panel for DT and then draw side undo panel. Okay. So that's already a thing. Oh, except we don't load the file. We don't load the file. So let's look at all our source codes. Load side undo panel. And then we want to register this settings with the thing that loads the tweaks file. And that's this add value folder, which isn't a particularly well understandable name. It was created early on. I'm going to call this undo UI, which already. So my problem with the word side undo panel is we use the word panel for editor stuff, and this is not an editor thing. So I'm already unhappy with the name, and I'm going to rename it. It's going to be called side undo UI. I'm going to kill this file. There we go. Okay. So actually, let's just call this undo. Be less awkward. I already didn't rename it. Here we go. GG's. All right. I don't know my own programming language. That's fine. That's fine. I'm sure people were like, what are you doing? All right. Finally, we now have a game that compiles with this new file in it and does absolutely nothing. So that's good. Next, I want to actually draw something on the screen. And let's say we have open. So figuring out UI elements on a game screen is a little bit complicated because there's all kinds of things you need to consider. Like you don't necessarily know what aspect ratio of device that you're going to run on, for example. Excuse me. I'm also being bothered by spots on my screen. So as I explain, I'm going to lens wipe some fingerprints off my screen. So we're just going to assume 16 by 9 right now. And we're going to say, so if you're running on a 16 by 9 screen, how much of it do you take up, right? And then for other platforms and stuff, we'll figure out how to adjust that in the future. But you just want it to be in there, easily findable by whoever needs to work on it, like not horrendously hard-coded and all this stuff. So we're just going to say open width fraction when open is, I don't know, fraction of rendered target width when fully open, tuned for 16 by 9 for now. Okay, so to draw this, we're just gonna, let's go back to HUD. And we're just gonna look at some other stuff that draws things, right? So draw checkpoint flash. This just draws a big screen-sized quad, which is a good place to start, right? So we could do this. Color we'll modify later. We're just going to do that. And good thing somebody's car alarm is going off outside. I haven't heard, like, car alarms like that were big in the 90s and maybe the early 2000s, but like now, are you kidding me? All right. So we're going to make a quad and we're just going to say W is some kind of window width, right, times T, open T, right? It's just, T is my nomenclature for some parameter that goes 0 to 1, right? It's just very convenient to have a small abbreviation for stuff like that in code. For now, we're just going to say open T is 1. Pretty soon, we'll make it be something that you open and close, right? But for now, it's just going to be 1. And so now we need to know what's the window width, right? And what's the terminology? Win.width. Win, okay, yes. Context.current window, that's passed around invisibly to all the functions. We're going to do this. Okay, we're going to do this a little differently. Yes. Okay. So let's say x0 is 0, x1 is cast float win.width. So this this rendering of the HUD flash was being done in unit scale, which, you know, makes everything go to 0 to 1. And that seemed like a good thing to do earlier in my career. But these days, I think you kind of just want to work in pixels because sometimes it matters what the pixels are, and pretending that the pixels are not there is not the best thing. So we're going to do this. We're going to go floating point pixels, win.height. Okay. And so W is going to be x1 minus x0 times open T. So we're going to make 4 points. We're going to say counterclockwise, starting in the lower left, we're going to go from 0, x0, y0, right? P1, P2, P3, to W, y0, W, y1, x0, y1. So we're just making a strip up the left-hand side of the screen. We're going to draw that quad and flush. Well, that was bigger than I thought. We're drawing it over the whole screen. This is probably, here we get into issues like how is things implemented. I think this sets the transform, and we probably did that too late. Like we probably need to do it before we do these things. We'll see what happens. This is the fun, quote unquote, part of graphics programming. Not good. Why are we having such a hard time? This IMM draw quad might... See, this is already... Someone made a mess in the code, and there's too many like immediate draw functions, and so I'm coming along as a simple innocent user, and I'm using one that like maybe isn't the right one. So this texture compression status thing is something that I wrote not too long ago. And this gives us more versatility to like put UVs in there as well. So we're just gonna, like that checkpoint flash thing that I started with was one of the very first things I wrote on this game. So we're gonna do this one, and we're gonna use this, and we're just gonna make sure we do it the way this works. We're in a little bit of a precarious spot with this because it's like, hey, I wrote the original engine. It was a very simple 2D engine. I built it up into a very simple 3D engine. We modified it. Now we have a team working on the graphics code, and it's like, I don't know, like how things have changed, you know, behind my back. And so now I'm dealing with one of these issues where it's like, ugh, okay, what do I have to do to make this happen the right way? And not cover the whole damn screen, right? So let's see. So in this function, we go rendering 2D. We say set to texture. We don't need to do that here because we don't use a texture right now. Okay, interestingly, we're not setting the shader here. I don't see that. Oh, no, we are. So we go rendering 2D. I missed it because it's right there. We go set shader. Then we immediate begin. And the question is, am I really like what? It actually looks to me like these are in 0 to 1 scale. Because these numbers are like 1.0. Which I thought that would explain why we're giant, but what is going on here? Okay, hold on. So window dot height, oh no. Because window dot height is in pixels times this fraction is some size. So W is actually in pixels here. So that other thing I was looking at is maybe not right. So margin is in pixels. And then center is in pixels for sure. And then, yeah, so these are all in pixels. So I'm not sure what is going on here. And I don't want to break out a graphics debugger. You don't use fraction to scale the width. Oh, OpenT is set to 1. What am I doing? Oh, geez. Yeah, you're right. I'm drawing the quad over the whole screen. Okay, this is where experience starts causing damage because I have lots of experience trying to draw something and it covers the whole screen. And as soon as I do that, my immediate knee-jerk reaction is I'm in the wrong coordinates. But actually, I'm not actually using this. So we're drawing a screen that goes to a quad that goes to 1.0, which would cover the whole screen. So we want that. This happens, by the way. Okay, that's what we were trying to do. That is all we were trying to do, is get a nice little strip on the left-hand side. You know, we're going to make it nicer over time. Okay, next. I want this to be able to show up and go away. First quad is always the hardest. Yeah, totally. I want this to be able to show up and go away. I think I want to bind it to the Q key. So we need some stuff now. We need, let's just make a function that we call that we're going to bind this key to. And when, let's go scope file. We're going to have OpenT target and OpenT, which is the thing that interpolates toward OpenT target. It's just a very common convention that I use all over the place. So when we toggle the side undo panel, we're going to say if OpenT target equals 0, else OpenT target equals 1. And then the updates job is just going to be to interpolate toward that. Right now, we're just going to say OpenT equals OpenT target. All right. So by the time we get down here, OpenT will either be 0 or 1. Right now, it'll always be 0 because we don't do anything here yet, right? So now we need to call this. And I'm not sure. Do we, in our meta program here, we look for key map procedures? And I don't know if we filter it by file or not. I don't think that we do. So I think I can put these anywhere. Okay, so we mark with gameplay key map. Things that you can map from the gameplay key map. So I guess I'm going to change this. We're sort of doing this camel case thing here for these. So I'm going to do that. Toggle side, undo panel, and I'm going to go to the gameplay key map. And I don't think we're using the Q key. No. So I'm going to do this. Q, toggle side, undo panel. All right. Okay. Failure number 1. I don't know why we're seeing this because it should start at 0. Oh no, we probably assign it. I probably didn't delete the assignment to the local variable in the function. open T. So I defined a global open T, but there's also a local right here, and so that was Sag. Okay, now we see nothing, which is good. I hit Q, and we see the thing, and I hit Q again, and we don't see the thing. So this is great. Like, stuff is actually working the way it's supposed to. We like that. Next, let's make it interpolate, right? So we have this dt. I have a move toward function that I can use. I wanted to make a better move toward. Have I ever done that? Every time I use this, I'm like, I should make the better one. Amount increasing, amount decreasing. So this basically says, hey, you can take this variable, move it toward a target with a dt, and then what are the rates if you're going up or down? This is the one that I want to use. So we're going to say open T is move toward, or actually not even equals, because we're just going to, because this reads the current state and then writes out the new state. So we're going to move toward, for open T, move it toward open T target with dt, right? And then our rate up is going to be undo panel settings dot open rate. Rate up is like, is the target higher than the source value? And this is the target lower than the source value? Generally for a UI like this, like I like the close rate to be a little bit higher than the open rate or something like that. It's a way to just add a little bit of juice. This is still a linear motion, so at some point we could modify that to have a more non-linear motion with more style. But for now, still pretty slow. I feel like I want both of those to be like twice as fast as they are. So let's use this as a chance to see whether the variables are hooked up right. All right, so let's make a thing called undo here, and we're going to say open rate. Let's just make sure it really works. 30, right? Close rate, 1. So it should open really fast and close really slow. Yeah. So our live updates are working for these variables. I don't think I want 30, maybe 9. And, or no, 7 and 15, I don't know. Yeah. That's fine for now. We don't really know, right? Like by the time it looks different and all that, it's just, look, we've got, your brain is 0-step Steving. That's terrible. What would 0-step Steve even be? Okay. Should it be x0 plus w in the quad? Probably. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but it's a good point. Let's do that. If I'm going to have it be a width, let's have it be a width. Okay. The color. We want the color to be settable. And color is undo panel settings dot background color. And let's go there. And I have no idea what's a good color. Maybe kind of a brown. Oops, we want that in parentheses. Purple? No. All color suggestions are going to be horrible till we start putting things in it anyway. Okay, that doesn't look great, but you know, let's even make it a little more opaque. The dark blue is probably, the thing is there's lots of oceans, so we don't really want blue on blue, although maybe we do. That's really ugly. I should really do this with a color picker and move the color over, but let's make it a little bit more neutral for now. Okay. Good enough for now. So, next, what do we do? Well, so right now when this is open, I'm still able to walk around the world and do things. We're going to want it to, first we want it to grab input so that we do not play the game while this is open, because we're going to be redirecting the controls to navigating the situation, right? Now, second, we're going to want time to stop when this is open, because the whole point is we're in this like inspect mode and time isn't passing. So let's do both of those things. In player control is where stuff happens. And so here, I keep saying panel. Anyway, so this character select UI that we did on stream, I don't know, a month ago or something, already has this property of stealing input. So let's just do this. Is it open? Is this open? I don't know. Is it? Let's call it side undo UI because that's what the file is called. There's just little consistency in naming kind of things that will make everybody's life better if you just do them, right? If you catch them as they happen rather than having to clean them up later. Okay, this returns a Boolean, and we're going to say return open t target is greater than 0.5. In reality, this is either 0 or 1, but you know. So if it's opening up to 1, we call it open, it'll steal input. But as soon as it starts closing, right, and we set this to 0, it'll say, no, it's not open. Even if it's visually open, right, but it's closing, then input proceeds. Okay, now, time passage. This one's going to be a little trickier. Let's just take this win for a second, and then we'll do the other one, because that may involve trickies. Okay, so here I am. I'm able to move. We open this up. I am not able to move. That's great. Okay, wonderful, but time is still going, and we don't really want that. Okay. Now, there are sort of two aspects, because this is a turn-based game. There are two aspects to time going or not. One is just like, is the clock counting up? And another one is like, are moves able to happen? And those seem like the same thing, but they kind of might not be under some circumstances, I guess. I don't know. Let me just see. So when we call simulate, we call it with a step DT. Let's go out. Oh, so we have this game is paused. But we don't want to use that because that turns off input and all this stuff. Although we might want. Yeah, see, I don't know. I think this game is pauses for the main menu. Which we may want to re-implement the way that this interacts with everything anyway. Anyway, so I think we want to see when current frame DT gets set and like intercept that. And that happens probably here. So dilated DT is global time rate. Now global time rate is a different variable for developer debugging stuff that we probably don't want to mess with. I could imagine using it in gameplay a little bit. But here you see we set DT to 0 sometimes. So we can just have another thing here. So we're just going to set DT to 0. Now that still makes me nervous. So I want to look for places where game is paused happens. And we sort of want to do the same thing as game is paused, but not totally. Right? Because that's like a different variable that we don't want to set game is paused based on this because it's like a different piece of state. So we have some other is paused here, like right here. That's for test playback, which I think what we're going to do for this UI is just not open it. Like if we're doing test playback, this is just a thing that happens during development. We're just going to close the panel in case you start tests if you have it open, right? We're going to close it and we're just going to go. Game is paused. Looks to me like we do some stuff in player control, but I think that's already what we did. Currently playing test. Okay, that's for test playback. Yes. All right. So really we have some stuff in main here. So if we're not paused, we do this stuff. And then simulate cosmetic only things. I don't know why we're not doing that if game paused. That seems bad that we're not doing that. It seems wrong to me, but I'll leave it because it's not what we're working on right now. Yeah, these look like things we don't really want to emulate. Okay, let's just see what happens. Okay, you will note that I also froze the UI time, which means that our thing never finishes opening because we froze everything after the first frame. That is not good. Okay. So, yes. So we're not using UI DT, which actually gets computed up here. That seems wrong to me. So I think this is fine. I don't know why. Maybe we're just not using that correctly. Wait, what? Oh, we called it panel here. Let me just see. Naming consistency. There we go. Oh my God. We even... Okay. Thankfully, I somehow didn't screw that up. Now, so we're passing DT from whatever the DT is to draw HUD, which doesn't sound good to me. I don't know why. I remember vaguely having some issue with this. But who calls draw HUD? Oh, come on. Stupid. Render frame. This is something that probably got refactored. Let's just try that. Okay. So we pop it open, we pop it closed, it stops time, and that's pretty good. So I think it's time to actually start putting things in the winder. In the winder. Any on-topic questions about what has happened so far? Not what are you doing, but from actual people who are watching. Let me know. The next step is we're going to start looking at the actual undo data and drawing it in the panel. Meanwhile, we are warming up some tea water. The undo is already implemented. It's very different from braids. We're not implementing the actual undo. That we showed that at the beginning of the stream. We're implementing a different UI for it. Toggle side undo panel is still called panel. What is my problem? What is my problem? Let's just call it that. Yeah, we'll put UI. So I draw quad, then immediate flush. Does that mean you immediately draw the quad and it doesn't go into a drawing queue? I mean, yeah, basically. Sort of. At a certain level, it is not in a queue. Looks like the gameplay is paused in the middle of a transaction. Could that be confusing as UI pause could be before or after transaction complete? It doesn't matter. If you're going to undo that transaction, who cares? Although it is the case, I mean, whether or not even a transaction is in progress, there is a little annoying implementation detail that we do about having to save off the entity state. Because when you open this panel, we have to we have to be able to recover everything up to your current state, even when that's not a move. So when you open the panel, we're going to have to push the state, interestingly. Why do I prefer not passing DT to draw functions? Because it implies the draw functions are doing sim stuff. And the thing about draw functions is you might call them multiple times per frame sometimes under some conditions. Maybe not so much for UI stuff, but for in-game things, you probably do. And you don't, if you accidentally simulate multiple times per frame, because you're drawing multiple times per frame, that sucks really bad, right? Okay. We're going to let this tea steep for a second. Have I considered about naming without abbreviation? What? Whether or not you capitalize something doesn't make it not an abbreviation. Your question is not meaningful to me. Like, there's so many things in that question that are assuming different things. Guys, I'm really gonna it's my intention to focus really hard and get this done and have it be a useful, good stream for people. And for that, I need to be concentrating on the actual task. And so the problem that I have is when people ask a lot of rando off-topic questions, like, what do you think about cyberpunk or whatever, then I can't focus on what we're doing, and then I have to ignore questions, right? So when I ask for questions, please, let's do on topic only today, because if that doesn't happen, then I have to ignore chat, and I would rather not do that. So any on topic questions about what we're actually doing? If not, we will proceed. I mean, if it makes more sense for the UI to be horizontal or vertical. The main reason I'm making it vertical is because it's just my first guess, right? So there's a trade-off, right? If it's vertical, let's run it again, right? If it's vertical, you maybe have more room to make it wide over here because you still see a lot of the screen, right? It's like the Windows taskbar. Obviously, the only good place for the Windows taskbar is on the side of the screen. Similarly for Linux or Mac, and you can tell how badly those systems are designed if they have their taskbar on the bottom or the top. Now, and the reason is because you don't have that much vertical space, right? And so using a large amount of vertical space turns your rectangle into a more thinner, your active use rectangle into a more thinner, more awkward thing, right? So if this was going to be small and thin, it would be better to put it maybe at the bottom. And, you know, you get a benefit from that, which is if you want to see some history, like we're going to be drawing some number of like little icons representing different steps. If you wanted to be able to see more of those at once, then maybe that's a trade-off that you do, is put it at the bottom. The thing is, I'm feeling like maybe we're going to end up with 3 different rows of undo that you switch between, so it's not going to be a really thin bar. So once you start talking about it being a really thick bar, if it like comes up to here, I don't know. I'm not sure that I like what that does to the rest of the screen. That said, it is a definite possibility to switch that later if we feel like it'll work better. This is just going to be a thing where you just write the code where it's relatively flexible enough that you could switch back and forth. Would floating it have any benefit? What do you mean floating it? It is floated. This is a video game. Have you used vector graphics for UI? We've done many streams where we use vector graphics for UI. Vector graphics is just the way modern GPUs... Okay, you know what? This is off topic. I think they just meant a window you can move around. I don't want the user to be moving windows around for this. What about doing it on the side? You mean like literally where we are doing it? Okay, so the next task is going to be, we're going to pick some point in this window, maybe about yay far down, to be like the present time. And we're going to start maybe in the middle with a list of squares, and each square is going to represent an undo. And the very first thing we're going to do is just go back and forth between those squares. But let you actually go back and forth, unlike with the unlike with the current undo system, which is just bound to a key where once you undo things, they're gone. And then once we've done that, we can continue forward and do more things. Do you want the window to be over the game, or will you resize the game area? It doesn't matter. We don't care, guys. Stuff like that, obviously you could do it either way. It doesn't matter. I'm just waiting about another minute for the T to steep, and then we'll go. Do we have a set of icons for different kinds of moves? Well, we'll probably make that today. That is probably a thing that we will do. All right, I'm gonna go insane if I read the chat. So I'm gonna hide the chat for a while, and actually just work on the problem, and we'll see. All right, so the next step is there are like several steps to get to the next useful point. I think what we do is let's just add some variables for some of this stuff that we're going to want to draw. Like we're going to want, it's a weird thing because I'm sort of thinking of square icons representing each move, right? But the present time is always between those moves. And I'm hoping that that's not going to be too awkward. Like understanding wise. All right. So what do we need? We need, we're just going to pick some fixed height up the bar for like, this is where the present time is. Since we're doing undo, we don't want it to be in the middle because we probably care more about the past than the future. Because especially when you start, you're at the present, right? So let's just say height of present marker is going to be like O dot 3 fraction of screen height. And we're going to say, okay, this is weird because I want this present marker to just be a little line segment right now, and I want like a width and height of that. So we're actually going to call this vertical position, right? Because width and height are like geometry of things. So see, this gets relative to width fraction when open. See, this starts getting weird really fast because do I want it to adjust or not? And this, like, if you make this relative to screen width and this relative to screen height, then they're like because the aspect ratio is not square, if you set them equal here, you don't get a square. And so adjusting them is unintuitive, right? So I'm going to make this relative to width of present marker, right? So it's going to be something like that. Let's just content ourselves with drawing that. Present marker color. All right. So we're going to go actually to our variables file and do some of this stuff. So present marker, it's going to be much brighter, like I'm just going to copy the current values in there and we'll adjust those as needed. All right, so we're just going to draw that. Okay. You know what? It's probably better for the purposes of this if we make x0, x1, y0, y1 and just use those. So instead of x0 plus w, we're going to say w is this, right? And then x1 is x0 plus w. All right. And then we can do this. Whoops. All right. And then we'll just make some scope here to do some stuff that nobody else is going to care about. And what do? We say, let's have this is sort of the y coordinate of the bottom of the present marker, which is going to be lerp y0 to y1 of whatever that variable was, vertical position. Let's say using undo UI settings here, so we don't have to get too verbose. So we're going to lerp that, but then we want to subtract half the height. What is the height and the width? W is width of present marker times x1 minus x0, right? And h is w times height of present marker. Something like that. Okay. So we get the y coordinate, we get let's just say x center is x0 minus x1 minus x0 times 0.5, right? And then x0 is x center minus w times a half. This w is different from this w up here. You know, that's fine. So we have this, and then we can go. We'll get the color, which is just present marker color. And we're going to use the same UVs that are out there. And I guess we'll do this. Oops. We're going to add W. And W. Okay, boom. It's not quite. Oh, man. Okay. See, we don't actually want to be times W because W is the current width, so the thing grows as it comes out. We actually want it to be times, not times x1 minus x0. We want it to be width fraction when open. Like that. Now, secondly, let's adjust the proportions of this to be something that we really want. It's not quite so nice, so let's make it wider and not as high. Something like that. And we're going to move all this stuff later, so it's fine. It's just for now. Let's move it up the screen a little bit. We wanted vertical position of present marker. Let's make it 0.4. That's pretty good. I don't know. This is just going to be too chunky and big for now for what it is. Yeah, you know what? I made this wide because I was visualizing filling up a lot of this area with this, but that's not really what we're going to want to do. Because like I said, we're going to want like probably 3 of these columns. So let's actually chill it out a bit. Okay, let's do that. That seems good. Okay. Oh, hey, you'll notice. Okay, 2 things. 1, when we're not open at all, we probably shouldn't draw at all. 2, our little doohickey here is coming off the thing, right? Because we're drawing it at the center and we're not like... Yeah, okay. What we should honestly be doing, so I was doing this thing by squeezing the rectangle together. Not really the play. That is not the play. The play is just draw it offset so that it slides in, right? So, yeah. So W is not going to have open T. All right. So we're going to say W is going to be win.width times this width fraction when open. Oh, but this, see, this is this outer W. Yeah, let's not call this W. We're going to say UI width. Sometimes it's worth typing more. All right. So now this doesn't have open T. What we're going to do here is we're going to say x0 minus equals UI width times 1 minus open T, right? We're just going to slide it to the left to be out of the way when open T is 0, right? And then slide it in. And we'll make sure that works. Okay, that didn't slide in. That's pretty weird. What did I mess up there? It's like not moving at all. X center. Oh. That was just wrong the whole time because I don't know how to program. There we go. So that'll continue to be coherent as we do stuff. Now, the last thing is we call this, if there's nothing to do, don't draw anything. It's just a little faster, right? Don't spam your debugger UI, your graphics frame debugger UI with this while people are trying to figure out what's going on. Okay. Now let's draw some squares. And I'm just going to make a loop that draws squares going up. Draw some squares. We're going to say icon color is probably the icons are going to be different colors, but for now we'll just have one, right? We'll just have one. Okay. And actually that's going to be called icon color. Let's not even. I mean, so the reason I copy it off, even though this seems like a wasted line of code, is that later on we might animate the color over time. So we're like using these as source colors and then doing stuff to them. And I'm just anticipating that that's going to happen because that's one of the ways that you add juice to a UI. Who knows? This might all end up being 3D in the end. I don't even know, right? For now, we're just doing the 2D mockup. Okay. We need a couple more variables. We need to know the size of the square, and we need to know the size of the margin between squares, right? So we're going to say square size is let's just say 0.3, right? And we're going to mark that as relative to width fraction when open, and we're going to say square margin is going to be 0.25. This is going to be relative to, let's make it relative to width fraction when open actually. So I don't know, something like that. Like to keep aspect ratios, or to keep things intuitive under differing aspect ratios, I like to make these heights relative to width. But when we're talking about things like I don't like to make things excessively relative to other things. It's better if they're just grounded when there's no benefit of doing that. I don't know. Anyway. Okay. So we've got a size and a margin. Now we've already got 100 lines of code here. Draw some squares. Now let's just say we want an initial margin to be square margin. Okay, so let's just say margin is let's actually using this way out here because we're going to want this for all of these. Okay. So we're going to say margin is square margin times UI width, right? And size is square size. This is the problem with doing usings is like I kind of wanted to say square size, but I could say size pixels. I don't know. Anyway, square margin, square size, icon color. Now we're going to say Y is we're going to have this thing assign these so that other people can use them, but the rest of these variables are going to be contained in this scope so they don't become toxic waste. Right, so we're going to do this. And now we can use these down here. We're going to say Y is present marker Y1 plus margin times 0.5. All right, we're going to start there. And then we're going to do some things. We're going to say index is 0 while index is less than 9. This is stupid, right? These are later going to be actual variables that index the undo data. For now, we just want to do a loop. So we're going to say at the end of each index, y plus equals square size, because we're going up the screen, or size, I guess. Ugh. And then y plus equals margin. All right. We're going to do a P0, 1, 2, 3 here. What are those going to be? Well, we're going to want I don't know. Let's just say x is we're going to do x center again here. And we're going to go x is x center minus size times 0.5, right? So that's good. The squares are centered. And we're just going to leave that x, right? No, let's just do this. Let's use the same naming convention as above. XX1 is going to be XX0 plus size, right? YY0 is going to be y plus size. All right. So we do this. We do a quad. All right. Uh-oh. I didn't increment the loop variable, guys. And if you want to succeed in the game industry, implement the loop implement and increment the loop variable. Do both of those things. Okay. We seem to have one square. Why is it not a lot of squares? Because let's put these inside the loop. There we go. Wonderful. Now We could actually navigate around between the squares. Which isn't going to mean anything yet, but we could do it, right? So what I want to do is right now, since we're frozen, input is not going to the gameplay, right? That only happens when we're unfrozen. So while we're frozen, we take over the input and we will just let you navigate up and down. So the place in player control that I'm sure we did for character panel, maybe also, like what happens if we bring up the character panel and this? I don't know. One of them needs to take priority. Probably character panel should ignore this. Okay, so here we're just going to put in some stuff. Okay. So now if I have our little panel, then character select does not come up. We're just eating all the input, but if I close it, character select does come up. Because those want to use the same keys, right? All right, so now how do we reroute the input from here? Playtest note, is character select taking input? We probably should, we probably should make some function of like, is any modal thing taking input? Because this is a little bit error prone to check all this stuff. So why? I'm actually not sure that we want, we'll think about this. Okay. So I think in the character select now, the way that we implemented this, yes, so we have this do key quartet stuff that looked in, because we wanted to intercept diagonals and think about those in a different way than the game usually does. Okay, so I think we're just going to look at key up, key down, and we only really care if you press them. So this is going to be a lot simpler than all that character switch stuff. So we're going to do this in the update. Okay. And honestly, we could do, well, no. Okay, up is false, down is false, right? And then, actually, key up dot pressed or key up alt dot pressed, right? Alt here doesn't mean the alt key, it means alternate version. Because we let in the key map, we let you have multiple ways of doing this. Okay. We're going to have a thing where we say undo cursor. This is going to be an S32. It's how far back in the past. No, this is just like the way we're drawing it right now. We want it to be how far back in the past, but in reality, we want it to be probably, just to be not confusing, to be the absolute like integer. So we're going to make this be -1. And let's start doing more stuff. We're going to reset the cursor, I guess. Should we? I feel like we want to reset the cursor if you make moves, but if you were navigating around in the undo UI and then you close, no, because if you close it, maybe if you close it, that just means we take you back to that time. I don't know. Anyway, we'll figure that out. We're just going to start this at 0. What frame in the undo data are we talking about? All right. We'll just reset it the whole time. And because I'm trying to map this closer to what it's going to need to be. The undo data is some array of undos, right? Let's just pretend down here, instead of going from 0 to 9, we're going to say cursor is undo cursor while cursor is greater than or equal to 0. We draw squares because those represent indices in the thing. Now here, we're going to say undo highest index. We're just going to put a stand-in for now. That's going to be like 9, right? And we're going to clamp cursor between 0 and that, just in case. It's going to be very error prone or non-error prone. We're going to say if yy0 is greater than win.height break, nothing more to draw. Because if we get like 1,000 undo frames and we're drawing up the screen, we just want to stop when we're done. So we make the quad, we draw it, we add one to the index. Now, this is cursor minus equals 1. And for now, when we open, we're just going to set undo cursor to 9. And in reality, okay, this is weird. We're going to want to do some more stuff. Okay. Let's just get this compiling. Okay. So we're still in a loop. We're drawing things. Now, even if I move this up using the dude, using the controls, which we don't really do. Yeah, maybe we do. No, I don't think I did that. The thing is, we're not drawing anything ever below this line anyway. So we actually kind of want to adjust some. Okay, so first of all, let's see if we're responding. Okay, we're going to say delta if up, delta minus equals 1. If down, delta plus equals 1. So like if you somehow slam both, we come out to 0, right? We're going to say the cursor, undo cursor plus equals delta, and then we're going to clamp that here again. And this variable is going to get replaced eventually. So this should not allow us to go off the range. We won't see things go under yet, but we should be able to go, yeah, okay. Whoa, okay. I'm using pressed, which is whether it's held down, and that's not what we want. Signaled is what I want. It's a weird, it just means the first frame that it's down. Okay, so, whoa. Oh, because we manually designal. I don't know if I like this, but, you know. It's the way it is. Sometimes you change the way it is, and sometimes you live with the way it is while you do other things. I'm not sure I like that, but it's how people, you know, you manually reset the state of the thing so that you know you've caught it. Yeah, so now every time I tap, we go up and down. We're just not ever drawing anything below the line. And the way, what we really want to do is we want to set our initial Y when we draw these things. We want to say Y plus equals margin plus size, right? Because you want to add a margin and then add one for a square for every square that's below the cursor. So undo highest index minus cursor, right? So we open this, we go, okay, that's, yeah, I meant minus. That's a 50 DKP minus. That's a 50 DKP minus. There we go. Okay. I don't know why we're going off the range here. That's, oh, because we're going by 2 each time. What? Wait, 1, 2, 3. Okay, something's busted. We went from 3 to 5. We don't seem to be able to get 4. What is going on? Okay, that's weird. It's a very silly bug. Anyway, though, you get the idea. You get the idea. What is going on, everybody? How many of these squares do we see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I only see 7. Why is that? Undue highest index is 9. We might have to step through this. I don't necessarily want to do that. It's supposed to be too simple to bother to step through so far, but sometimes reality does not care about your feelings, right? Oh, wait, there's 8, which almost makes sense. We should draw 10. We should draw 10 of these. Let's make the size a little bit smaller, just so that that's probably better anyway. Okay, it's something about when we go below. I see. When we go below, we're not going far. What? Margin plus size times undue highest index minus cursor. So if cursor is equal to undue highest index, that's 0. Right? If we go 1 up, we go 1 up. Actually, let's go down here. We go 1 up. We see 9. Here we see 10. What am I doing wrong? We go 1 up. It pops down correctly, but then we don't go. Is it? Let's comment out this thing for now, just to make sure that's not confounding us. I'm going to delete this fog overview margin. So that we stop getting those error messages. All right. So that wasn't the problem. I suspected it was not. So this is weird. Like the number underneath is always right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's like everything over. We're stopping. This is so weird. I'm just looking at it so I don't have to bust out the debugger, but we might just do that. 'Cause this looks very straightforward. Oh, duh. Okay. We are counting only cursor number of things. that only made sense with the original code. We don't want to do that, right? We want, let's go. Okay, we're going to do a thing called index. And index is going to be undo highest index to start. Because we want to draw all the things. I was a silly here, guys. We want to draw all the things and go down. Like that, yeah. My brain was not quite braining is what was happening. So here we go. It's open. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. And this first one, we can't go back over, but I think that's fine because the first one is going to be like an icon for the starting state or something. That's something we can tweak. Anyway. Oh, we don't even do key repeat now. I don't know if I like that, but we'll see. Anyway, promising start. Now, the next thing we want to do is if yy1 is less than 0, continue. Because if you're halfway through like 1,000 undos, we're still going to loop a little bit, which is a little bit wasteful, but at least we're not going to draw squares, right? And we can tighten that graphics up on level 3 later. So when the bottom ones are off the screen a little bit, wait. Yes, we don't want to continue because we won't increment the loop iterator unless we do this. Lol. We infinite looped. It's very sad. Sag. Okay, so there we go. So now we're actually skipping over the bottom couple squares and not drawing them. So the next step is going to be to actually hook this up to the undos, which is going to be a little bit gnarly, but we're going to do it. And the first thing is just to hook it up and not actually use that data. But then the next thing is going to be to use the data as we cursor around. And that'll be the first like hookup of this to actual functionality. I'm going to open up chat again. Are there questions about what is going on? On topic, wonderful questions while I warm up a new tea. Are there amazing Sag isn't enabled? We have our own that is better than Sag. How's it going, people? Will you do a redo? I mean, I can go up and down, so that's a redo when I go down. On topic questions. Address them to me because I can't. Yeah, like that. Will you add controls to skip, for example, 10 steps? The idea is going to be that we have multiple columns. So this one that we're working on right now is just every single step, right? But then you could go over to the middle column, and the middle column is probably something like all steps of the same kind are condensed together. So if you walked 17 steps, then that's like one walking with like a 17 next to it, right? And then if you pushed a block 5 moves before that, that's like a push, right? Something like that. And then maybe the leftmost column will be like only super major events like checkpoints or resets or, very serious victory style progress. Will you make a screenshot of each step? I don't think so, because that just is a lot of memory. I think we're just going to draw icons for each steps. Because we want to save this, right? You could have 1,000 moves in your undo buffer and we'd be saving 1,000 screenshots for each. It just... The boxes represent actions that were taken in the past, and any game state that you can go to is on one side or another of those actions. Right? We're not pointing at boxes, we're pointing between boxes. Would the major column be level specific milestones? Maybe. We just have to see. Definitely we want to, so right now if you reset the level, it's not even undoable. So we want to make it so you can reset, and then that would be a major place. But some of the game types have checkpoints. Some of them have things that you get that are important, right? I don't know. We just have to sort of figure that out. Could generate the screenshots at runtime. No, because when we load your save game and it has 1,000 steps, I don't want to have to generate 1,000 screenshots upon level load before you can play. And the screenshots are going to be too fucking zoomed out for you to see what's going on anyway. So I don't understand what the value is supposed to be. You suddenly have to start being well, zoom it in. And it's okay, but what about when the player's halfway behind things? And if there's multiple cameras, which one do you use? And all that stuff. It just doesn't, trying to make that idea work is very involved. All right, let me warm up the water. Any actual technical questions about what we're doing, right? Anybody can have, I realize that it probably seems simple so far. It'll probably stay simple. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, any questions? Technical or... yeah. Easy snack. Pumpkin donut muffin. Falls are not voluntary player moves. Think about what it would be like if you were falling 10 squares and then you were trying to undo 10 squares of falling while pressing Z, but then while you were doing that, you were refalling. It's just not that good. Did I consider a slider? That is what this is. That is what this is. We're not showing thumbnails. That's not what this is. Any reason why you implement animations, right? You mean character animations? We've been working on this game for like 5 years. Like when do you think is appropriate to add character animations? Will there be some way to mark a specific action? Right now, no. Like right now, when you close the UI, right now you're going to navigate to a particular time. And then when you close the UI, you're just back at that time and every future is gone, right? We might think about adding some kind of future alternatives, but I honestly don't think we need to complicate this game with that kind of stuff. What do you do on the rare occasion if you wanted to do GL lines? We used to have that like a separate VBO for that kind of stuff, but honestly, it's not worth the complication. Like nobody really, you shouldn't ever want to use GL lines anyway. They're kind of trash. Like if you want to draw a line like stuff, just generate the geometry for it yourself, and then you have more control over it anyway. Why did I decide this was necessary? Most puzzle games seem to get away without one. When I play most puzzle games, I am frustrated by how much the UI sucks. Okay? Like, that's why. Like, you have to... Like, making good games is about applying your judgment and using the experience of what you've played before. If you think every single game you've ever played is perfect, you're probably not going to be able to design a new game that's good. Because you have nothing ever to improve or make better. So part of being a good game designer is noticing what could be improved in your opinion and acting on that. If you can't do that, you have nothing to do ever. Did I like the rewind system in Bonfire Peaks? I did not notice anything different about it from the usual like puzzle script style rewind system. If there was something more advanced in there, I'd never saw it. You're guessing there's some easy wins you can get from the player did this move X times? No, it doesn't work that way. We have to save entire world state of each move. We're not saving the player did X. We're saving the whole world state. Do you also have this noticing what to improve feeling towards your own games? Of course, otherwise they're going to be terrible. Making games good is really hard. You have to notice what's not good about them and improve that constantly, or else they're going to come out terrible. I agree. Yeah, on-topic questions. Anyone? Anyone? have a second tee underway. Yeah, I literally just answered 2 minutes ago a question about Bonfire Peaks, and someone is asking me if I played Bonfire Peaks. This is the ultimate frustration of Twitch chat, everybody. I would like you to understand my pain. Twitch chat does not have a collective attention span. This is clear. Do save points happen mid-transaction? They happen at the time when a transaction commits. But there could be other transactions that haven't committed yet, right? That are live. So we save the states of all the uncommitted transactions, right? All right. We're doing pretty good. Will all the columns be on the screen at the same time? That seems a bit cluttered. Look, okay. Guys, I know some of these kinds of questions seem well-intentioned, but like saying I think the thing that you have in mind is going to be bad before I have seen the thing. No creative person ever wants to hear that. All right? Like you don't know what I'm aiming at. So implying that it's got this problem before you even know what it is like kind of sad. I don't know. It's just like there are definitely some UI problems to solve to make it better, but if you start thinking about what would this even look like for these three columns to make sense and not be confusing, you might start to see some ways that it would not be cluttered, in fact. Yeah. So, I mean, I can talk about this a little bit. Let me just run the current, whoops, I just reloaded my Twitch chat page. Let me just run the current game to show you kind of what I'm thinking of. But again, this idea is not completely worked out because that's partially what we're doing here, right? So if you imagine three columns here, but they're at different levels of detail. So this one's on the right and it's like every move. And then we have one on the left that's like aggregating, right? If you just draw two columns with all these icons in parallel like this, that's already confusing because they don't have anything to do with each other, right? Or like they're out of sync with each other. So what you really want to do is you have the rightmost column have move by move for the whole game, And then the next column over, only draw its squares in the places corresponding to these, right? Which might be a little challenging because a lot of the time the next one might be off the screen, right? But then when I bip over to the middle column, then maybe it dilates down, right? And we zoom in order to get the middle column to look like this. And then this column on the right would be drawn like compacted or something, right? Like you have to visualize like what even would it be that makes sense before you really get into that kind of question. Okay. So what if it's just a single column you can zoom in and out of with a step size at each scale level? I don't know what that means, a step size at each scale level. Like what, you need a way for the user to decide at what scale they are interacting with the undo history, right? Now, it might be that in practice, drawing it as 3 columns doesn't end up being that helpful because most of the other 2 columns is off the screen most of the time or something, right? But like you need something, you need some kind of state of like, am I in close up zoom, medium zoom, or far out zoom, right? So does that mean it has to be drawn as 3 columns? No. But you have to just come up with some better idea for what that is, right? How about showing within the level how things will end up once the undo has been applied? That is what we are doing, but when you start programming something, it's not done being programmed yet. Okay? So programming is from where you go from the start of what you're programming, and then you go to where it's more programmed, and then you go to where it's even more programmed, and then you go to where it's done, except you never actually get to that part. How are you supposed to know where it's going? Well, like what? Like this is kind of meaningless. Like if you go up 500 squares, how are you going to know what it is if we don't show it on the screen? Like we're going to be showing it on the screen. That's what we're working toward next in this next part. All right. Tea is just about ready and then we'll go. All right. So, hooking this up to the actual undo data. Step 1 is going to be pretty straightforward. We're just going to start looking at the undo system and using that range for our cursor range, which probably will involve no visible change here, except that there will be way more than 9 of these. That probably doesn't take too long. After that, then we start playing back the history every time you navigate, and that's where it might get a little gnarly. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay. So This undo highest index is now gone. Let's make a little function. So we're going to assert that we actually are calling this at a time when we have an entity manager, which we really should be. And then here we have this undo handler, and it's got undo records. And we're going to say return cast S32 manager undo handler undo records count. All right. And then we're going to go highest is this. And we're going to clamp to highest. All right. It's actually -1. Okay. So, well, now because we have a lot more moves in this, we should just be able to go back further, but we can't see what we're looking at yet in any way. Oh, wait, we're in the middle. Oh, because are we still setting it to 9? What is going on? Yes, we're still setting it to 9. All right. Here we go. Boom. And we can go way up and way down. You can't really see where we are because all these squares are the same. It's very sad. And we're not drawing anything. Okay, we got to the top. So, yeah, and then we reset. That, we'll see how that is. That's great. Now, we want to do this thing where this is where it gets slightly squirrely, but we're going to see what happens. So when we change the cursor, we actually need to navigate to that undo frame and put it in the world. And the way it works, because the undo data is trying to be small, we apply the undo diffs forward or backward, you know, based on what direction we're going, which is why I got this delta, right? So we can check this delta. And we can navigate one frame at a time. In theory here, like, okay, sort of we only do one frame per call, but actually you could hammer both of these keys at the, oh, actually, no, we only add or subtract one. I don't know. But anyway, so in theory, if you have lots of controls buffered up, we might do a lot. Later, if there's more columns or more levels of zoom, we would, this delta would be bigger because we would know the target frame or whatever, right? Okay, so we're going to say target is undo cursor plus delta in both cases. And we're going to say while undo cursor is greater than target, right? While undo cursor is less than target, we add one. Okay. Well, except we want to clamp this out here. Well, actually, let's just lift this out to here because it's the same for both of these. Okay. So while we're less than the target, that means we're going forward in time. So we call really do one undo, but it's a redo. Really do one undo for manager let's just do this. Return if there's no open T target. Just be flat down here. There we go. All right. So I need to think, is this is the right one, or do we want... The cursor being at a particular thing means it is after that move. So yes, we want to get this record. We want to undo this record, right? But it's a redo. Oh. It's +1. It's a redo. Is true is for is redo. Push transactions. It's going to be false. True. Something like that. And then here, I think it's here and it's false. Now this is probably not going to come out exactly right. Oh, we need the handler. All right. Here we go. I kind of want key repeat to work. Okay, so because we're not pushing the transactions, the lilies are not moving. So that has to do with the lily optimizations that we did before. But here we go. We went all the way back to the beginning. And I can go forward again. And we can go here. Okay, so this lily thing, change this to false when we fix the lily thing. All right, see how that goes. Oh, did I actually erase the whole history of time? I don't know. Let's see. Okay, the lilies still aren't moving. So That's a different issue though. So I'm kind of not, you notice how they're rotating and stuff, but they're not moving. And then they're in the wrong place. Maybe we need to fix that. Maybe I can do a special fix-up. I actually wonder why that even works. So there's lots of weird stuff happening. So when time's frozen like this and you're going back and forth, we kind of want to see the characters like in mid pose, like that this guy was pushing and stuff. But we actually don't do that. We don't save that information. And we maybe don't want to because it takes space. So like that's also a separate thing. Like, what do we do? So, and then because time is not moving, we're not even animating these guys. I don't know why he's going into this arms crossed. I think that's new. But like, it's the game's getting confused about who's active and who's not, because the guy was going into arms crossed when he was active, which was weird. All right, so definitely not perfect, but getting there. There are several things we could do. One, we fix weird playability stuff about this. Two, we ignore that for a while and try to visualize the squares better, because we want the squares to reflect the content of the moves a little bit. And both of those just add to the feeling of like, what am I doing, right? There I did a reset. Oh, that's interesting. The reset button, we pushed the Whopper button and we didn't block that input when this was open. We didn't block that input, so yeah, that goes through this other thing. So we're just going to ignore restarts while you have those things open. No, just not for character select. Just for this. Okay. The lily pads not being in the right place is a problem. I'm just going to see, because that is a sort of a separate topic that we've been working on. It does bother me that it's this messed up. I kind of don't understand. But I kind of don't understand why setting push transactions to true didn't fix that. Let's maybe just do this for now. I think I could just do this. We might have to build up history again if the reset saved. No. Okay. No, like we're not. They're literally not changing. They're rotating, but they're not moving. I don't get it. We're going to step through that. All right. So how are we doing for lines of code today? 200. Okay. So when we take the back in time potion, what happens? That's what I want to know. Why is this taking so long? Why does anybody like this program? And the answer is because it's so much better than GDB. What is it even doing? All right. So I pop this open. I take the back in time potion. We are here. And we jump into really do one undo. And that should, so we're going to do all the actions. That's fine. How many actions do we have? 4. Which includes the lily changes. Which themselves, yeah, like what? Why is that not working? The answer is because of visual positions. Probably. Except no, that should be, okay, let's just see what, I'm confused because wait, where is this push transactions? Do we not use that? Was I fooled? It doesn't use that parameter, guys. Lol. I was assuming that it was using that parameter. Let's not do that because we might have to change all. I assumed that because it used that parameter, it would push transactions, and it does not. that must have been factored out later. I feel like that's still a little whack, but well, you ain't file scope anymore, bro. Okay. We open this. We go chunk, 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 chunk. The select was weird. The fact that the objects are not tracking on top of the lilies completely is weird. I don't know what's up with that. That's definitely something we're going to have to look at. Which again, that's not really this system going wrong. That's like the lily stuff that we were doing going wrong. Which is not that surprising. Here, this is weird again because we're not like restoring particles for skipping stones and stuff, which makes it look like it's just kind of weirdly, or actually here, no, it's probably supposed to be on the ground. So like, why is it so far off? This is weird because it's moving around, but like it's on the ground. This might be some other vestigial stuff in the transaction system. Let's just close it here, see what happens. There we go. So it's kind of working. There is definitely a little bit of stuff to it that is weird. I kind of feel like was that what happened? Like, why is that lily pad just chilling? I feel like we're out of sync. I'm off by one in some important way. Clearly. Like, why is there like a permanent X coordinate offset here? How is that even happening? Like, I don't even really have a theory. For how this thing is maintaining an offset that's surviving both through the undo system and just as we post new transactions on it. That might be this visual error thing. Do we still have that? Visual errors on the move, so that would not survive. I don't know. I don't know where that's coming from. It's a mystery. But I think maybe it's time to maybe draw some different pictures for this. Like, this is not good. It needs to get fixed before this becomes usable. But this is also not very usable, right? So maybe this is the lowest hanging fruit. Look at that. It's like that one is not even, it's not even moving like at all. It's pretty strange. Yeah, we're like off by one or something. And so we're doing something bad. Maybe I do want to focus on this. Okay, see, when I did this, when I hit regular Z, it was fine. Oh. There's some stuff that we do when we do regular Z here that we're not currently doing. And that is that we take the residual, like, if I start moving and then I pop this thing open, even though we haven't posted a transaction yet, there's residual difference between this and the state that's in the previous move, right? Because my guy has started to move. He just hasn't posted a transaction yet. So what we do typically in the undo system is we maybe make an extra one containing that residual. Let's look at that. I don't think that's the only problem, but so we call undo end frame before we do anything. And that makes an extra frame. And we can do that when we say this. Okay, so we erased all our state, so we'll put some back here for a minute. I missed. Dang it. I actually kind of hosed myself. We want to get more of these lily pads moving. So I need to get this rock in a better place. Oh, even this isn't good. I Should have let the other guy have it. Okay, anyway, whatever. It's fine. So now the lily pad's moving sensibly, it seems like. Oh, except look. See, it's one square off from where he thinks it is. That's pretty weird. But that seems like it might just have to do with, again, the lily optimization stuff that we have, which might just be broken. Because it's not like we've put it through a ton of testings. So, like, it does look like it's going. It's just, like, off. Pretty far off sometimes. But maybe it's also the other object that's off. But, like, that guy should not be able to stand in the water like that. Okay. See, this is another major clue, though. The fact that that stone is just, like, sitting there. Right? It's probably, like, somehow... This is the error recovery routine, just moving it into place. Somehow, we backed off all its state, and it was far from where it's supposed to be. I still don't understand what's happening there. Oh, and then this part, when we close the undo, we're not actually setting the timeline to that point. Maybe we shouldn't yet till this works. See, this part, playing it forward, things are in the right place, interestingly. It's just playing it backward, which is a clue that I'm playing back the wrong thing. Right? So playing it forward all makes sense. Playing it backward does not make sense. But playing it forward does. Oh, because we're... We're pushing transactions from the wrong record. We need to push them from the back in time potion, not the forward in time. And pushing transactions is where the lilies come from because of the lily compression stuff that we've been doing. Okay, we blew away the save data, so let's go here. I'm going to go here. We're going to kick that in. We're going to go back over here. Actually, let's do this. This guy could get this going. That looks weird, but is correct-ish for what's going on right now. This guy can take the train. Over here. And then this guy could push him off and push that. Okay. So, back in time potion. Okay, the animations are not changing. That is sad. But okay. For now, because we're not tweaking animations at all. But there we go. It now appears to make much more sense. All these intermediate states. So I'm glad we spent the little bit of time it took for that. See, the stone's on the lily pad, the guy's on the lily pad. It all makes sense. Okay. So next, I think we do icons for all these. See, we still have like a cached sync value for that stone. There's all sorts of things that to date were not an issue that are going to be an issue, unfortunately. But we have a function that resets them after an undo, so we're just going to call that, I think, eventually. All right. Let's go back to the chat for a bit. How's it going, chat? How's it going? Questions about this? The next step is going to be drawing different little icons for the different types. And I don't remember, I think I made a little data slot in the undo record to represent the different types, but I don't think we actually set that. So we're going to want to set that. Please know, is the game done? Questions. The answer is the game is not done. What does the main data structure for storing the undo state look like? I mean, it's not that complicated. There's like this action thing that says what happened, right? And then there's an array of those that are pending. Each pending actions are things we build up while we play, and then we record a record when we want to actually put something in, and that record is like has some information here. It is really not super involved, I would say. Could show some arrows on the objects in the game world to show what their movement was. And that could expand for the higher level undos. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Like if time, like you want to probably, you care about backwards, right? So if time is at a certain time t, then for the things that moved between the previous frame and now, you could show arrows on those, right? That would tell you where things are going to go if you back up by one step or something, right? Would I consider making this undo feature part of a puzzle? I'm not feeling that for this game. I think it's just a UI. Undo, redo will not be animated. What do you mean by animated? This is a turn-based game. You want to undo discrete turns in this game. This is not a frame-based action game. This is a turn-based game. Do you put a ghost character to represent what action? I think we just talked about that. What is the main advantage of using the Rewind UI to rewind single steps? You could watch the beginning of the video. Or something like that. I just can't keep re-explaining these things all the time. It's the frustrating thing about Twitch is people drop in the middle, they didn't see, but then we just can't keep going. Can't keep doing it. Okay. So in the undo record, I mean, we have this checkpoint. That's not enough. I thought I saved a thing for like what kind of frame is it, but I don't think I ever did that. Or maybe I didn't check it in and it got destroyed. So anyway, we're going to want to categorize frames by what kind they are. And I think that we will actually save this data so that you don't have to like parse through it. I don't know. I mean, on the one hand, we're talking about an extra byte per undo frame. On the other hand, on our problem levels, the undo frames are huge and 1 byte isn't going to matter. And we can just make an enum for like different kinds of things that happened. And yeah, and then we'll just associate those with an icon for each one. Did I say the word compression? What? All right. Let me load up some snacks. We're going to need some snacks and some tea to go into this next part again. Maybe some decaf tea this time because I'm really racking up the tea. So, let's say we're going to have action icon, and we're going to say unknown. This is just like if we fail to categorize it, we're going to say walk, right? That's a common thing. We're going to say push, pull, charm, transmute, teleport, right? And we might actually want more than one of these. Who knows? Smash. We're going to want to unreset a checkpoint, right? We're going to want the start. We're going to want mirror, right? Zap, wand, torque, prism, treasure, chop, tree, press button, release button, goblin, dragon. This is a lot of different icons. Bleh. This is going to be more annoying than I thought. To do all these. Nevertheless, let us embark on this. And we're going to go action. No, we don't want that there. We want it on the record. And we'll put it here. This won't actually take up more space because we still do C-style padding right now, which we might get rid of, but you know, that's in a little hole. Action icon. All right. So we're going to put the names in. Yes, I don't have a thing put together to do this. It's what happens when I'm too busy making a compiler. Okay, we're just going to make an array of icon names parallel to this. We're going to go action icon names, right? And then we're going to assert action icon names dot count is equal to icon dot see, this is where like I could just do this. We have like a compile time function that you can call to do this, but then I'm invoking compile time execution to do this assert, Seems like overkill. All right. So we're doing it the C way a little bit and just having a value here. Long run may not matter. Okay, so we're going to have all these called undo icon whatever. Blam, we're going to blast those out. Unknown, walk, push, pull. We could, again, meta program generate these, but then you don't have the flexibility of being able to change them. You know, if the artist gives you a few and you want to like switch it, I don't know. It's just, for doing simple dumb stuff like this, like meta programming is kind of overkill. So, but we certainly could generate this if we want to in the long term. Let's make sure we got that. Okay, we compiled, and if we put too much here, we won't compile because we'll assert, right? So that's good. Whoops. Okay. Now we need all these frickin' files. Sag. We need all these frickin' files. And eventually, we actually want them to look like things. But for now, we're going to want, on init time, we're going to want, let's actually move these names to, whoops. We'll move the names over to side undo UI down to file scope because nobody cares about those. We're also going to have action icon textures to be action icon names.count of pointer to texture map, and we'll initialize those in a little bit because we want to, on load, we want to look all these up, I guess. We could be lazy and no, we'll just look them up on load. Okay. Okay, so this is polish point. Call this from startup instead of here, question mark. All right, so we're going to do this. When we init side undo UI, we're going to go for action icon names, action icon textures, it index equals find texture catalog by that name. That's all. Okay. Now, we could actually, when we do this, we want to set texture. When do we do that? We do it before the immediate begin, which sucks. All right. I actually don't know if we really need to do this, but we're just going to be paranoid about it. Okay. Um, okay, what's the texture map? For now, we're going to go icon index is record. We're going to say what record is in a second, right? Dot actually it is record dot, what did we call it? Icon. Okay, and then texture map is if icon index is less than or equal to 0, less than 0, or, I don't know, I like parentheses in cases like this. Icon index, this is just protecting against a corrupted file, because we should never save anything. Well, it could be, maybe we delete some icons between one version of the game and another, right? But the thing is, we shouldn't actually do that, because the reason I typed up enum values specifically is we're not saving any dictionary in the save files to remap these, because I don't think it's worth the complexity. So once we've allocated these enums, it's like that's just their definition for all of eternity, right? Yeah. So we set that to 0. We get the texture map. So this is always going to be 0 right now. And so we could make our first one, which is going to be 0. So here's sometimes for the editor, I have lots of stupid bitmaps, and we could just copy some of these, because initially we just need different icons to show up, right? And then we can make them be things that are meaningful, but at first we just need icons. I mean, we could use these too. Oh, you know, actually, some of these even make sense. Yeah, you know what? Let's copy these, but hold on. Undo icon take gem, undo icon drop gem. Okay. Now, yeah. Okay, let's go here. We're going to copy all these files, which is horrible. We're going to try using Dured in Emacs, which is the one saving grace of Emacs, is frickin' Dured mode. All right. And I look for all these copies that Windows just made, and we're going to name them different things. It bound Control O to like open the thing. Control O. I have to go to Control X. This is the thing about Emacs, is it steals your key bindings. Yeah. So all these copies that we have, I'm just going to go replace dash copy No. Replace. Okay, how do we go into Dired write mode? Control X, Control Q while in a Dired buffer. All right. So Control X, Control Q. All right. So I'm going to replace space dash copy with undo icon underscore. Okay. And I'm going to delete what's before that, right? Oh, we'll just start typing them. I should have replaced it with something easier to see. Push, undo icon, pull, undo icon, charm, transmute. So by the way, people were asking sometimes, why don't you like the basic idea of Dion or all these syntax tree editing languages? And like the entire power of Emacs Dired and the reason it's so good at certain kinds of file manipulations is because you turn it into a text buffer and you edit the text buffer, right? So like the structuredness of the files gets in your way of the file system organization, right? And you just want to do shit and you want to do it fast and frictionlessly. So you actually get rid of it by converting it to a text file that actually lets you edit what you want to edit. You see what I'm saying? It's like Emacs Dired is the example of why you kind of don't want something like Dion, actually. I mean, unless they discover, again, they might discover really cool stuff there. I don't know. But I spelled this wrong. Prims. Treasure. I didn't make enough of these. Chop tree. All right. So let's save these out. So the whole point of that was I was able to edit all this stuff and then it makes the changes and echoes it back to the directory. So now I have all these undo icons and we actually need some more, but that's okay. We'll get some more. We could bring the cat in. Let's go back to the editor because these will look distinct and not be confusing. What the hell just happened there? Windows, I slightly slipped and you punished me for it. Okay. So these are called mode something. So we're going to go here again and we're going to go, I only need 5 of them. Okay, so release button, goblin, kill, okay, we got all our frickin' files. Okay, and then I don't remember if this deletes files. Let's see. No, you can't control K to delete files. So we'll just do them this way. I don't remember how you actually do it. We didn't use these. Sag. All right. Boom. Now we have a bunch of freaking icons with the right names. And now we already have a global variable called initted. All right, we don't have a local one, I guess. All right. Record.icon. Temp to dereference type. Bool to what? Oh, because record, there's some function called record. Okay. Record is I don't know if we got the handler here. Yeah, those are pointers. Index 218 set texture. Oh yes, we need the immediate set shader. I just don't like using I for that. All right. Boom. Okay, we're not actually drawing the bitmap. We did load all the textures though and compressed them. So that's a thing. Well, could be many problems. Our UVs could be messed up, which they probably aren't, because those are easy. It could be that we're not, yeah, we're saying no texture. That's shader UI maybe. I don't know how that's going to work for the background and stuff. Maybe we need to actually set a texture. Oh yeah, okay. Well now we just have the same texture set all the time, which is not the best. So we're going to do this. Like that. Okay, boom. Okay, every single one now says unknown. Now, when we serialize and deserialize this, I want to save this into the thing. And the question is, should I be forward thinking and save more than one byte? just in case we want a big annotation of what's happening. And I'm going to say no for now. This may not be progressive enough, but I'm going to say no for now. So let's go into serialize. So when we serialize an undo record, right? So we have this icon value, and we'll keep it in order. So right after the num carries, we're going to save record.icon. All right. And then when we load, we only want this if the version is up to date. So where does that live? Campaign. So we don't have to actually destroy the old files. So we're going to version 39, and we're going to go if version is greater than or equal to 39, then we get this byte, right? And otherwise we don't, and it just stays the default value, which is 0, which is unknown. So we're just adding this byte to the file format in a backward compatible way. Of course, I mean, our old undo only had like 2 things in it, but there you go. Actually, 1 thing, because this other thing is the one we generated. Anyway, though, let's save some stuff. Okay. All right. So we have a bunch of stuff. It's all set to 0 right now. Okay, I'm going to quit the game. We're going to restart the game. We have a bunch of stuff. It's all set to 0. So we successfully loaded old and new formats. And that's great. So now what I want to do is when we record, you know what? We want to have some other ones that we haven't even done. Dang it. For example, one that's going to come up a lot is ride on Lily, right? Because that's when we like make those automatically. We don't have a bitmap for that. This is exactly the point where game development starts to be a drag, because now it's like, okay, we need a separate bitmap for that. We need to put it on disk. Like all these things start needing to happen every time we want to change our idea a little bit, right? Okay, let's put that. The ghost is going to be right on Lily. Okay. Now, what do we do next? We want to have a way of assessing what this should be. Like what should be the icon for a given undo frame? And I think, again, we'll pick that when we record the frame. That way it could even be a somewhat expensive heuristic. And it's fine because we only do it once. And that's why we are saving it in the save file. Let's go back to the chat. How's it going, chat? Will you remove handling of old serialization formats before shipping the game? I mean, we do that frequently, actually. I do it whenever it's a pain in the butt to make things compatible. But by default, like what I want to emphasize here is by default, binary formats are not scary. In fact, they're actually less scary than text formats because you have a lot more confidence about what's actually in them. And so you just do simple things like that. Like, look, you have a version number, you load it with the version number, you check it, and then you add a new field. It's actually very easy and very fast. And like people do all this like weird like XML and JSON stuff and whatever. And it's like, guys, your game would be a lot better if you didn't do that stuff. Will I differentiate between warrior walked or druid walked with a background color? Maybe. Yeah. I mean, that's what I was saying about should I be forward looking and think about saving more than one byte? I mean, in reality, we're not using a whole byte here, right? Because we could have 64 icons, even if we wanted that many, and still have many bits left in the byte, right? Well, 2. Maybe we're going to need more than one byte. But the point being, yeah, I could see having a more rich display of information per move, right? It just, that's the sort of thing where it's like, let's get the basic one in, let's start playing around with it, let's see what it looks like and what it feels like, and then we'll see where to take it from there. You'll mention a scroll bar to scrub again, but what if I'm not playing with a mouse? And what if the history is like 30,000? Like, what if I have literally 2 hours of stuff in the overworld? Like, if you want me to duplicate Adobe Premiere's UI or whatever, like that's just something that's not going to work that well. And regardless of how you control it, we still need a way to display the information, which is what we are working on right now, right? Like you're again sort of doing this thing where we're not done with what I'm trying to do, and you're saying the thing you're trying to do is not good because blah, and I'm like, yeah, because it's not done. Is your understanding correct that with this versioning you have to be careful where you add things in the serialized struct? No, you can put them wherever you want. Wherever you want. Because I was saying it was a drag to create. What are you going to scrub through? Like, even if there's a scrubber, you want people to be able to look at the history to know where to scrub to. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of nothing. So we'd be displaying the information either way. I think. Right? Like if you imagine having a scrubber as applying only to short rewinds like what we were just playing, like that's fine. But for a really long rewind, and you're like looking back for a certain time. I just don't think it's good for that. And also, because this puzzle game is step by step, like, okay, you might not want to open this just to rewind, actually, right? You might want to open this to say, I want to remind myself of what I did with this particular object back 3 rooms ago to remember like how it works, right? And so you might want to flip through moves just to see the moves or whatever, right? You would look at the version number and have a loader. No, you would do exactly what I did. Is you put an if statement. Did you see if version? I literally typed this. That's all that you do. This line can be anywhere. You don't give a shit. Do I think binary format should also be used for communication over the web? Absolutely. Yeah, JSON is stupid. Like, if your question is, do I think web people are doing a good job of solving the particular problems they have? The answer is probably no for any variant of that question. It's probably no. If you rewind and make a move, what happens to the history after the move? We erase it right now. And could we possibly keep it? Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, right now, actually, even though we're playing back the world history when you use this new rewind control, we're not actually reversing time to it's a little bit. We need to either reverse time or reset it back to the front when you close it. All right. So, what do? We write a function called characterize, or, figure out the icon for whatever this record is. I mean, it's weird. It's weird because we don't actually, like the majority of the time you're doing an explicit player action, right? And we run the transaction and then we commit the transaction. Um, so and then we save the undo state, right? So we decide if we're doing an end frame. And if we do an end frame, I don't even remember what that marker is for. So when we call undo end frame, maybe the easiest thing to do is just return the record, which we might already do, and then we can set the icon on it, right? Because rather than, well, we could pass the icon in as a parameter. So we pass in the icon and we say record.icon is icon. Okay. I, at some point, really decided that I like to see data structure assignments visually parallel like this. Whoops, I almost hosed that. All right. So that's fine. Now what? I guess we just pick a random one for now. Back over here. All right. Let's see what happens there. So now these are still initialized to the old thing, right? Because let's just reset the level, pass that back, pass that. We'll hand this to the dude. Okay. Ooh, we're not correctly. Okay. We clearly have all these. It's just we're not correctly setting the texture in between. This confused me last time. There's something about this. I think I have to reset the shader every time, which kind of sucks. But let's do that. So they should be saved in there correctly. So here, we're going to do this. Just going to reset it every time. Okay, there we go. So we picked a random icon for each thing. And now it's almost like we're paging back through information. All right? It's not very good information. So next, based on what the transaction is that we submit, we could set that information. And we'll probably have lots of gaps in what we're setting. And then we could call some general inspect function based on that or something. But it's like, it's interesting because yeah, we don't want a general thing that inspects the whole frame state, because the important thing is probably actually what just committed, and the transaction system knows what that is. Okay, so relevant is request create undo point. Okay, so here, so if we find a player initiated, we're only going to set icon for player initiated things right now. And then we'll deal with it later. Okay, so where does the num carry frames in a row? I don't even know who does that. It's just in undo. So the thing is, this is where we want to set the icon. Oh, is carry frame. So we set is carry frame somewhere. Oh, right there. That's the variable. Icon equals dot writing on Lily. There we go. Otherwise, okay. So if we're in relevant, it's like we almost want to score what is happening. I mean, this is really dumb, but okay. So a controller proc means I'm walking somewhere, right? We have pushed, pulled, etc. Teleport we'll just do these few for now. And we're going to go icon equals, maybe set icon, pass the icon score, and I don't know, 10. That's going to be pretty low. Pushed is going to be 20. Pulled is going to be 25. Teleport is going to be 30. And we're just making up numbers. All right. All right. If new score is less than or equal to, I guess, return. Otherwise, oh, whoops, we didn't say what the icon is. Like that. Okay. What are these icons? They are things like walk, push, pull, and teleport. All right. Riding on Lily is not a member. It's called Ride on Lily. All right. Okay. All right. So this is, we're resetting again. I'm going to walk around. Okay. These are all unknowns, unfortunately. I think. Yeah, okay, I don't like what's happening here. Why are we not setting it? This should set it. Oh, you know what? This is in the middle of some other falling stuff that is not even a thing. All right, let's just do this. Put it in its own place. It's a little bit sag. And then the player initiated actually that's fine. It's fine. Emacs just wanted to mess up my formatting. No big. No big. All right. See what happens now. We're loading in a bunch of unknowns, but then we're going to walk on top of it. Okay. So this last one is sort of the garbage one that maybe we don't want to draw. But like the little dragon with the arrow is walking, I guess. So let's restart. I'm going to walk. We've got those. The 0 one is the startup one. Yeah, so we get these little garbage ones every time I open the panel. which is a problem that we'll deal with later. So here I'm going to push. Do we get that? No. Push. No push. It just counts as walk for some reason. Which is weird. I kind of want a simpler level than this to test this. Because I don't want lily pads moving around, doing stuff. Get rid of extra characters. Get rid of these. So it's just going to be this dude. So you can push like 5 times in a row. We are definitely not getting that. So I'm going to run from the debugger. Let's change our startup level to this for a little bit. Okay. Whoops. Accidentally did something. Okay. So here, push, push, we open, we didn't get pushes. So I'm just going to see what's going on there. Maybe set icon. All right. Let me relevant. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to go here. So I'm pushing. Okay. The transaction should have 2 single moves. 2. One of them is me doing controller proc. Probably the first one. So we start with icon unknown. Now we do walk. Oh, I didn't set the score. Push. And then does that get reset later? I don't understand that. Maybe our push is accidentally the same icon somehow. That seems unlikely. But it could have happened if I was a little too careless making the bitmaps. But maybe set icon needs to go old score is new score. That's the whole point of that, please. All right. So I don't think this is going to change how it looks actually. Yeah. Still the same dragon with arrows. Why? Why? Oh, I didn't run it from the debugger. Why? Let's check this conspiracy theory that maybe the bitmaps. Undo icon. Push. What's walk? Walk. They're the same. Soylent Green is made out of people. Oh, wait. They're different. They have an X versus arrow. It's like X versus sever. They're actually different. Look, some have an arrow and some have an X. Okay, that kind of sucks. So we're actually going to change it. Let's actually do a few of these. So this one is going to be prism. Because that's what it is anyway. For pushing, I don't know. This one. Okay. So I actually wonder if we'll reload those. I believe so. I hope so. No. What? I guess because I renamed it. How do I update the timestamp on the file? That'll force us. Well, you know what? Because we don't save the frickin' bitmap data in the file. We just save the enum. There we go. That looks different. So we've got our pushes. We've got our walks, which are a dragon with an arrow for some reason. And there we go. So now if we get multiple characters, we have a thief who could pull, and we have a wizard who could teleport. All right. Gonna reset this. He's gonna go push, 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 walk, walk. Thief is gonna go there, pull, 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 walk, walk. Wizard is gonna go there, teleport, walk, teleport, 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 walk, walk. Now we probably should say what the character is, come to think of it, but you know, we're just getting there. So yeah, like these obviously are not that meaningful, but you can see that the icons correspond. And if we leave this and come back, they will still correspond. So now we just need better icons that don't suck. Which actually some of these are fine, right? So we have take and drop gem. Although honestly, we might want to go to like a verb noun kind of treatment, like push. We might want subject, verb, object, but then there might be too many objects. But like, you could say this guy pushed this thing, right? 5 times. Or whatever. I think for now, just for simplicity, I'm going to keep it to one icon, and then we'll talk about it in the design meeting. So drop gem and take gem can be these two, right? And then what other ones are, we need one for, well, we just have the hand. And pull we don't really have. This one could be mirror, right? Where's undo icon mirror? I should sort this alphabetically, but this could be dragon kill. So we're just getting these a little bit closer to something. Yeah, I didn't realize that so many of these corresponded. Undo icon wand. For teleport, we could make that look like mirroring right now. And anywho, now we could use this one. Undo icon chop tree. We kind of just want a better one for walking. You know, for walking, we could say what the character is. Not sure. Not sure about that. Because if I do character for walking, then I have to do characters for pushing and pulling and all that stuff. And my little character portraits here, we can use them, but they're designed for a different thing, so they may not look that good right now anyway. That said, it probably would make it more intelligible. Yeah, I think this is definitely something that we're going to want to go into more design later. I feel for now we actually do make frickin' icons for all these, and then we figure it out, right? How's it going, chat? How's life? Don't the characters all have distinct colors? Yeah, but discoloring an icon isn't that good. Production value wise, you know? Put player name with the color of the... No. No. Thought it's a well, this is temporary, but we're trying to build toward the final thing. We're not trying to do like a lame thing and just deciding that. We're trying to make it as much like the real thing as makes sense. Like if you invest too heavily and you decide you want it to be different, then you wasted work, right? But if you don't do as much as you need to vet the idea, then you're not necessarily... I mean, then you can't really make decisions on what the idea is like if you haven't explored the idea enough, right? There's like a balance there. So, okay, I am going to get another warm liquid time, and it's exciting. It's exciting that we got new tea in the mail and we get to experiment. We are going to try pumpkin spice oolong tea, which could be completely disgusting. It is, however, the Global Tea Championship winner, third place flavored oolong category. We're going to try it. Okay, any more very serious on-topic questions about what is happening? On topic questions about what we're doing here. Anyone? Why would I believe that pumpkin spice and oolong would pair well? Look, this is just the tea that they sent me. I didn't decide to make pumpkin spice oolong tea in the universe. Okay. All right, pumpkin spice oolong is on deck. Like, I feel like for a multi-character level, the different character portraits are important for walking or something, but a single character level, they're not. But then they're not worse than anything. Than a generic walk. So they're strictly at least as good. I'm just worried that if I use the character portraits, they don't necessarily communicate walking. So it might just seem like, oh, this is a character switch or something. But no, maybe not. Maybe that's not a danger. Rovers don't ever do anything that goes into an undo. So we have this player initiated flag. Yeah, I mean, maybe I save two fields. Maybe I save what's the character and what's the um, what's the action, and maybe we'll store object later. I don't frickin' know. Or maybe object will be excuse me. But yeah, I'm leaning toward that. I'm leaning toward saving the character for every. You know, how we save the data and what we display are two different things, right? And I'm not that worried about spending an extra byte per move right now or something. We can always trim it out later if we don't want it. So I do think that's what we're going to do is we're going to save the character. It means we're going to need a character portrait for Queen, which we don't have yet. And then for something like character walk, I don't think we bother to draw the walk. I think we just put the character portrait. But if it's if it's anything but walk, like if it's just character walking, we just put one square in the middle. And if it's something else, we put two squares next to each other. Character switch actions. Character switches are not actions that go into the undo. They don't cause undo turns. If you never played a game, don't tell me you don't see the need for things. Play hundreds of hours of this style of game, and then you can design the thing. Okay. What about walk icon showing direction? That's a possibility. I mean, it's weird because, you can change cameras, right? And so we would want to actually display the direction according to the current camera, so it wouldn't be built into the icons. It would be in maybe some of this extra information. Anyway, I think that's secondary. That is definitely something we could think about doing, but it would be secondary and it would be a little more involved than just showing a particular picture. All right, let's try pouring this tea because it might be disgusting. So we don't want it to be too strong. Maybe it already is too strong. See how it is. It's not bad. I don't know that I would like drink it as opposed to regular. No, I would much rather have a classic oolong than this. But it's not gross. It just is what it is. Okay. What now? Oh, I should have kept the game running. Let's make a queen character portrait. Remember when we did these? I guess we want to put her in the level. I don't really remember what kind of angle we have on these. Oh no! We have too many keys bound to too many things now. And like the character wheel comes up on S. All right. I don't want to cut out multiple background colors. Ugh. Okay. That'll be easier to deal with. Print screen. Affinity photo. New from clipboard. Okay, great. We're making a rectangle. I don't know, dude. Great. What is even go? Ugh. We have to like rasterize. Okay. So I can at least cut that out, but I think we can go edit. How do we crop? Like, this program makes it so hard to, I never understand how to crop in this, so. Dude, this program sucks. I mean, no, it's pretty good in some ways, but it just, like, now it destroyed my selection. Now I have to do this again. All right. New from clipboard. Yeah, no, it's stupid. And then it, yeah. All right. So it's like, that's one of those things where I'm sure people have been bugging them for like since the start of the product to fucking do that. And they were like, no, we're different from Photoshop. And they've just, it's become a point of pride now, right? Where they will never do it. They will never let you crop. Even though it's what everybody literally wants to do. Also, everyone's worried about AI taking over, but magic wands on all of these programs suck. Fourth icon on the left. Tone mapping persona. All right. Persona 3, Persona 4? Which persona had the tone mapping? How do I make this actually fucking erase? I can see the remainders of my stuff. How do I make this really erase? 100, it says 100%. Oh, is that the layer opacity? I don't even know what that is. Just so many things in here are unnecessarily hard. Like, why? It's 100% on everything, so why does it leave stuff? Wait, maybe it isn't now. Oh, that's like the previewer versus, dude, I don't even know what's going on. Like there's multiple different whatever it's doing. I don't know. I don't care. Like it leaves stuff and then the stuff goes away later. Do you see that? It's like it's doing like a low quality erase and then it goes and does a higher quality erase that actually, like what is happening? All right. Okay. Really probably doesn't match the other character portraits. She's too low down in the frame, for example. Sag. It's fine. It's temporary. We're going to want to replace all this anyway. So this is in bitmaps. So first of all, let's resize it. Do I resize document? Like these terms don't make any sense. We'll save this as a wheel bitmap. Okay. Don't even know where that, well, there it is. It's not the worst. It doesn't really match. It's fine. Yeah, it's really weird because on the one hand, actually maybe Photoshop's catching up again, but on the one hand, Affinity Photo, like the UI elements just felt a little bit slicker and more solid and more professional than the Photoshop ones, which felt like janktastic. But they just make these weird unintuitive UI decisions just to be different or something. Maybe they're worried about getting sued. But it just makes it a lot less usable than it should be when it feels higher quality, right? So I don't know. It's weird. Okay. So we've got our non-matching queen bitmap, who is too low down the frame and all these other things. I guess I'm just going to draw these because the character switcher loads them. Question is it going to get angry at me? Oh, probably not. All right. Let's make sure the character switch doesn't get mad. Oops. And then we can save the information about which character it is. We already have indices for all these guys, right? I don't know why it thinks she's that. Oh, probably because she has can push, but not queen set, right? Boom. Let's fix this in the palette level. We want her to have this flag set. All right. So now, well, it still thinks that's who that is, but fine. Okay. So in the character switch, we have a thing, get character index from a guy. That's pretty good. We can use the same character index. And actually, put that first so it overrides single push. All right. So we are gonna if something is player initiated, I mean, this is a little bit mixed up because we're setting, okay. We have this icon. Like when we detect something that's pushed, okay, we actually want to set the character index as well. At some point, you make a struct to hold these things. But we're not gonna do it yet. Okay, so do that. Now, how do we get this? Problem is, we don't have a character index for none. Like if we don't know. Oh, we do. We say -1. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. That's actually not great. We don't want to do that. Because we need to store it probably in a fixed number of bits anyway. You know, really always put a none and make it be 0. That's what we're learning. Or use one of them option type programming languages. So instead of greater than or equal to 0, we're checking .none. See if I broke that completely. Oh, I moved Sailor to the end. Character index is local. You know, I'm glad that I made that error message that searches for locally scoped things, because I'm sure if it's helped me this much, it's helped a lot of people. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, we actually have to say all right. So now we will, let's also say okay. So this is just going to be whoever did the walk. Here, I think same for the teleport for now. Here, we're going to go the manipulator ID. So we're not using any of this information yet, by the way. We're just figuring it out. Oh no. When we do the wheel mapping of the characters, that's messed up now because I added one. They rotated. Wait, num segments. Yeah, all right. Where does this get set? Yeah. All right. I probably forgot some. keep going down the file just in case. No. Dang it. Told you. Told you. Array bounds check fail. Character index. 10. Num segments is num characters. No, that's not right. That's not right anymore. Guys, I changed things. This isn't even what we're supposed to be working on. Okay. Let's see this happening. There we go. We went the wrong. Oh my God. Yeah. So first of all, num characters should just be 8. Like, let's. Okay, let's break this out. This is just 8, firstly. Maybe it wasn't that I... All right, so num characters... is actually going to be there. No. No. Okay, we'll do that. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Making a mess out of something that we're not even working on. What is my major? Okay, that we're back to them being off by frickin' 1. Like, why? Okay, however, on the selection side, it's correct. It's just mismatching on the graphical side. Let's not try to read the empty one. Okay, character index. It's I plus 1. Okay. So warrior, for example, should be 4 now in the arrays. He is 4, but he's being drawn as 3 right now. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you know what? It's because I reordered them. These don't match the enums is the problem, I think. Okay, hold on. Because I didn't, like, I hadn't wanted to retype all those numbers, but like we're mapping directly from the angle in the character selector to the numbers. We're just like dividing by the theta value. There we go. We wanted this. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, now we're still one off in the other direction. What's going on there? Does that actually happen for the mouse control? Yeah. We literally get the wrong character. I'm literally shaking right now. Let's just look for our plus ones. That one's fine, I think. Yeah, that's when we're drawing the background colors. Those seem fine. Headshot images. Probably that. Actually, that feels weird to me, but okay. All right, so nope. That was not the right thing. It is something that we haven't covered yet. Switch heroes, current candidate index. Get character index. Okay, that's rotating between multiple guys. Not what we're talking about. Well, who calls that? Nobody else. What? Switch heroes 2. All right. That is not even called from in here. Well, no, it's called there. But that's, so wait, we're saying we don't call rotate selection, except from those. Maybe select character. Ah, aha. It's this. That's where we're missing a +1. That is where we are missing a +1. Right there. Right there. Okay, so bam. Oh, we got the right guy. Oh, look. It's correct. Even if I do it by keyboard, it's correct. Wait. That didn't. Why are we not getting thief? What? That guy's working. That guy's working. Guys, the train of bugs is never ending. Bard, Druid. What? Why is that not saying no somebody? Why is that not saying no somebody? What is happening? Druid, priest. Normally we would say no priest here. All right, we just got to figure it out. Okay, so here we go. When we rotate selection, do we get there? We do not. Again. What was it called? Maybe select. Wait, does this work for mouse? I forget. Yes. It doesn't work for keyboard. So the thing that's like mapping keyboard is not doing it correctly. I think we're double incrementing now. Right. Just frickin' off by one, guys. So I'm going to go here. Okay, we don't even get there. We do get there when we go down, though. Selector index is what? We don't... That shouldn't be 6. Wait, should it? Oh, come on. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it should. Oh, because we're... right there. Right there. That's the problem. There should be character index. We need typed subscripts. We need typed subscripts for cases like these. All right. There we go. It still doesn't say it, though. But actually, I think maybe we're not supposed to say it in that case. Okay, we're able to select everybody correctly now. It's weird that we treat this a little bit differently, but that's fine for now. Okay, back onto the main train, which is what were we even doing? Oh yeah, we wanted those character portraits so that we could store them. Any questions about what we just did? How's it going? I want to go do my chin-ups for a second. I'll be back. And then we can do things. How many chin-ups? I'm down to about, this is like set 3 for the day, right? So I was down to about 6. You heard 3? No, I did about 6. Do them on camera? No. Okay. So, we did this, and we have this character index, and we can pass that to actually what? Yeah. And then undo end frame. We got jet planes flying over. All right, and in serialize, we're going to do this again. And we're going to go to campaign. We're going to bump the version number to 40. And, well, we have to put it in the thing. All right. I didn't put it in the argument list, though. Okay. So we are now storing the character information, but we are not drawing it. So we still have all these things. All right. So, let us do this plan. Let us firstly and thusly go to the UI thing where we draw the quads, and we are going to do the following. We're going to split it into 2 cases. Like, icon index can't be less than 0. Because these are U8s. Okay. We don't have a none for action icon. I think I'm going to save a none real fast and confuse everybody. Oh, unknown. That's fine. Could rename that to none later. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say if character index else, all right, if there's no character index, we just do one thing, okay? I mean, this is Sag, but XX0 minus equals square size plus margin times 0.5. All right. And going to do this. And we're going to do this. And call that action map, and this is going to be called character map. We're going to do a thing. Going to do all this gross stuff that I wish seemed faster. And then we're going to do a thing here. We're going to redo this. We're just doing, it's more operations than we need to do. Actually, I think that's probably right. Wait, Sag. So that would put me at the center, and then minus margin times 0.5 minus size. Yeah, we'll factor that together later. So we bump those, and then we say add size and margin, and we do these things. This is character map. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, we're not resetting it back. We're also not really going to the right place. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let's since we're doing different lengths of things now, let's not do this outside the loop. Let's do this inside the loop. And actually, I mean, we could just do this, except that's not right there, but there. So this is X center minus margin times a half minus size. Like that. Boom. Okay, unfortunately, we're drawing the same bitmap twice. It is not very helpful. Character map. Oh, we gotta... Okay. Still not working. Still not working. Because we're assigning it to the wrong thing. Init character select wheel. This is, yeah. This is Sag. We need to not do this here. We need to do this in main. Yep. Thought so. Thought so. Thought so. Hey. Thief did things and warrior did things. Okay, so now we're going to do this thing where if the action is just walking, we're just going to draw the character portrait. What's the file is here? Yeah. Okay. So if icon index is equal to, is it called walking or walk? Is equal to walk. Otherwise, we do some other stuff. Otherwise, we do literally all this. And we're just going to pasta this over here, but it's for modularity's sake. Okay, so the triangle means pull, although you can't tell that. The hand means push, which is a little bit better. This would be much more readable with better icons, but there we go. Okay, so I think it's maybe time for the challenge of doing the second column. Maybe we just do 2 columns today and see how it is, because the 3 columns is an extension of 2 columns, right? And I think we want some experience with the 2 columns before we know. Anyway, so what we can do is we can make this smaller on the right-hand side, and we can put a little thing on the left-hand side, and it'll summarize these things. Like thief pushes 6 times in a row will just be thief push, right? And now the trick is going to be how to switch back and forth between the columns cleanly, and how to draw them. Because like when you're in this column, maybe you draw one big and one small, and you flip back and forth, right? Because especially if you're on like a small device, yes. I mean, we might even start you out in the middle column by default, because like this level of detail you won't often need, right? But maybe we start you in the middle and you can go more detail on the right and less detail on the left. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah, there's a lot of intelligent conversation going on in chat right now. Would it be better for repeated actions to use one image? That's what we're going to do. We're in the middle of implementing that. But we're giving people the choice of how much to rewind based on, like, maybe if you pushed 37 times, you don't want to undo all 37, right? So you need to give people the ability to step down into that sequence and undo half of them or something, right? Yes, but that is what we are enabling people to do. But yeah, when you're programming a game, the game is not yet completely programmed until you finish programming the programming on the programming of the game. Any actual questions about what's going on, or should I just stop streaming for my entire career because you know, maybe there could be heuristics to big changes. That is what we are working on. Yes, there could. That is what we are working on. You left your big cozy web tech job? Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad that worked out well. Can I show the rewind panel again? I have the ability to do this. I think I want the horizontal margin and the vertical margin to be different sizes. Horizontal margin much smaller, vertical margin bigger. Boy, them jet planes. Them jet planes. They sure going. I actually forgot that. Okay, so this already was 0.04. Let's like make that bigger and H margin small, V margin big. Have I ever worked as freelance? Yes, I used to do a large amount of that. Okay. Sure, procedural generation can be interesting, you know, if used well. Okay. So we want to next make another column that's like the abridged version of this that combines the similar things into different things, or similar things into one thing. Now, I'm actually not sure what's going to be the best way to implement this. We might eventually want to save this in the undo data, but right now, because it's super malleable, I think we're just going to recompute it every time you open this thing, which might be bad for really long undo sequences. But we'll do that, and we'll just see what we end up with. So for now, actually, let's just do 2 columns, and we'll even start with the same column. Like drawing the same column in both columns or something, just to factor it out, call a draw function. Although, maybe not. Maybe not. We need to figure it out. Anyway, let's move this off to the side a little bit, and we'll draw a little dividing line down the middle and all this stuff. Okay. And we're going to say left x1 is going to be xm minus dividing line thickness times width fraction when open, right? Oh, times UI width, because we want this in pixels, times 0.5 because it's half the line, right? And right x0 is this. Okay. Let's left x1, it's right x0. Now, let's just draw the dividing line. Okay. So we just do this, and we're going to do this. And yeah, we could use a shorter function so we don't do this all the time, but that's easy to convert. So like I'm not really worried about that. Dividing line color. Okay, and then now we sort of have this thing where we have all this code. We want this to operate in like a smaller region than it had heretofore been doing. So what we could do is just have x0, x1 be like call these outer, which is going to be a little bit tedious here, but it's fine. Because I think that's better than changing what x0, x1 means in some subpart of the code. We could make it be a function that we call... If we factor that into a function, we might change it back, I think. Okay. We got a lot more outers still. Easy to replace though. So now down here we can say x0 is right x0, x1 is outer x1. We didn't really need the outer for the y's. There we go. You're confused as to how it remembers? Well, just try. You could watch that talk, yeah. Or you could also just try figuring it out yourself, how you would do it. It's an underrated technique, just figuring it out yourself. Okay, so on the left, while this is going, yeah, I just want to draw the summaries of all the things. Now, I guess I can compute it lazily later, but for now, yeah, I think I'm going to compute an array of these when we open the thing, and it's just going to be dumb for now. It's going to be a stupid ass array that doesn't know nothing. Okay. Boom. So much push. They didn't undie. We're not really calling all the functions we need to call, like I was saying. Yeah. Okay. So on the left-hand side, let us first, when we open the thing, recompute abridged moves. That's what we're going to call it. We're going to say abridged moves is an array of abridged move. And we're going to have this do something. And we're going to say for undo records, okay? To match is an undo record. Now, if to match, or if we don't have something to match yet, we just say this is one, and we're going to continue, all right? Otherwise, we want to say if moves abridged together to match and the current record, then right, we're going to say to match count, actually, plus equals 1, else, okay, we need to do something here. And what we need to do here is say add abridged move to match with to match count, and to match equals it, to match count equals 1. And actually, you know what? We're just going to do this. Okay, and this question, do moves abridged together, is going to be undo record, B is in undo record, to bool, if not A, return false, if not B, return false, if return A dot character index is equal to B dot character index, and A dot icon is equal to B dot icon. That's great. That is great. So we need an add abridged move, and we need to define what the heck abridged move was. That's just going to be the same things. Icon is whatever, action icon, and character index is character index. Oh, and a count. This is going to be S64 for now. We might want to shrink that later, but it is what it is. Okay, so add abridged move just says we want to hear array reset abridged moves. Boom, add abridged move. Record is an undo record, and count is an F64. Move is array add abridged moves. Move.icon is record.icon. Character index is record.character index. Move.count equals count. There we go. I think that's kind of what we need. Now, we could even print for a second, or log, abridged move, count, whatever, icon, whatever, index, whatever, count, record.icon, record.character index. No check in that. Okay, so, oh, we died. Why did we die? Oh, come on. Why did we die? Why did we die? Add abridged move. Oh, the record is, wait, what? Oh, because our, that maneuver that I did when two match. Yes, all right. I just had to do that. Two match Shakur. All right. Boom. Now, when we did that, we computed this. Here we go. Look at all these abridged moves. It worked the first time, except for that crash that you should ignore. Right? A push, 5 walks, 13 pushes, 14 walks, 10 walks. So this next one over is going to be like showing those. All right. So what it would be is I mean, maybe we don't try to draw them. I was going to maybe try to adjust the scale based on which one you're in. But maybe it is better to do it based on, to just have them both be there. Yeah. Okay. So here's what we're going to do next is we're going to have one of these be active at a time, right? We're going to have each side be active, or one side or the other be active. And whichever one is active is the one that you're navigating through. And the other one will adjust to the position of the first one. I mean, we already know about the service locator pattern. That's Wingman. Or is it Galactus? I think it's Galactus. Okay. So I think we're going to, for now, I'm going to do it so that our input, as already happens, our input is just adjusting the one on the right. And then we'll track that with the one on the left. And then once we have that, we could bop back and forth between them, right? Okay. So this we're going to comment out. Yeah. Just checking to make sure that happens in the right place. Now what? Every time we update our okay, so we have undo cursor, right? That's here. We're going to have abridgment cursor. All right. So then when we do this, so we're actually going to want this factored into a function that we call from either side. Right? So we're going to say actually, we don't need to factor this into a function because they're both maybe going to be here. So let's just do this. Let's just put it into a scope. Okay. So now we're going to say updating on ones true. This is just something that will change later when So if we're navigating by ones, else we're going to assert false yet. This is incomplete. Okay, so we do all this stuff, and then down here, we're going to say, if we're navigating by ones, we're going to say our current abridgment we're just going to reassign it for now. Like, we might want to smoothly animate the thing moving up or down. I don't know, but let's just for now just say abridgment cursor compute abridgment cursor from undo cursor. All right. So now that is going to be and this is just slow, right? And we should always find this, but we'll return 0 if we don't. We're going to say for abridged moves. We actually want more information in here than we have. We want index 0 and index 1. Inside this move. Okay, so add abridged move. All right. So index 0, right? Just leave that. Okay, and here we'll go, and then wait, did I do this wrong? No. We want the -1, the 50 DKP minus. And I mean, the count, honestly, we don't need to store that anymore. Because, like, we're getting the indices. All right, let's log this, though. We won't pass this. All right. Oh, and then we forgot. I forgot to do this thing about when we get to the end. All right. Oh, this is if to match, which it probably is, almost always. There we go. Okay, Sag. Not Sag. Not Sag. What am I saying? Sag. Told you it was Sag. What's Sag that I can't see my frickin' cursor? Oh, I never wrote this actual function. Haha. If you want to succeed in the games industry, etc. That was an easy Sag. That was the easiest Sag. All right, here we go. Here we go. We got all our things. We've got so many things. Okay, and we're computing the indices. Now, we want to draw something in that left-hand side. We want to draw something in that left-hand side. Easy Sag. Okay. Yeah, having some arrows that draw like what you're about to undo, I think especially for the multi-move undos could be pretty good, right? It could be like you're about to undo this 17 things. Okay, so let's draw. I guess we're just going to draw what's the current one that we're in it's a little bit weird because we're actually inside. Like what I was saying at the beginning of the stream was like, hey, the boxes are like the action, right? And then where you are at any given time is between actions. But that's not true for these compound ones, and that probably affects how we would draw it. So like I think if we're in the middle, maybe we draw it in the middle, right? Let's start that way by, if we're in the middle of one, we can draw it centered on the line. Otherwise, we can draw it split. But like here, it would be split on the line. We would say below, we would say like walking times whatever. And above, we would say pushing times whatever. Although maybe that's, yeah. Yeah. Maybe we just decide that whichever one that is, that's the first one above the line, right? Okay. Easy Sag. We're up to 400 lines just in this file, man. We even did some stuff in some other files. All right, so admittedly, some of these lines are P0, P1, P2, P3 spam. Let's, I'm just going to make a function for this to keep it short. Even though it's not necessarily representative of forward progress, just because there's going to be a bit more of this, right? So we're going to go bitmap xx0, xx1, yy0, yy1, character map. All right. And we're just going to make a local function called bitmap. Or local to this file, right? Oh, and then color. Wait, what was the color here? Oh, we don't care. All right. And then we got to put our UVs down there. All right. So we're going to do this. We're going to go much more readable. Much more readable. Easy Sag. Okay, same thing. We haven't really changed anything. We just factored that a little bit. So this is going to be draw the navigate by ones. Okay, and then we're going to go draw the navigate by abridgment. Okay, and we're going to do this by we're going to group all this. Boom. I kind of want to put this in a function. Did we still want these? Yeah. Wait, why? This seems a little wrong. Let's do that. Present marker y mid is this. Let's put it here. Whoops. We want to return the midpoint in y. Okay, UI width. Just going to recompute that. Ooh, what a pain. Oh no. Lol. Okay. Still same. Only difference is now I can actually maybe call this okay. So draw present marker can be called again now. Whoops. What is happening? We're going to want this, but down here, And we're going to want the left-hand side. Okay, outer x0 and left x1 and outer y0, outer y1. Okay, and then we say draw a present marker, but we want to change the shader again. Okay, so we should just get a little pip there. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, now we actually don't want to draw that if we're in the middle of a sequence, and that's how we'll know if everything makes sense. So, if we should draw the present marker, we do this. Okay, well, what is this? We're going to say, so we have this thing called a move. Abridged move cursor. We have to make sure that's initialized, by the way. What is it called? Recompute. Compute abridgment cursor. Abridgment cursor. Let's just, yeah. Let's just uniform the names. Compute abridgment move cursor. Okay, when we open this, we need to also do that. Okay, so we're going to hope we never go out of bounds here. Now, if we're on the edge of a move, which means if undo cursor is equal to move.index 1, we are just after an abridged move. Draw the cursor, else, or draw the present marker. Okay. Bing, we're inside, we don't draw it. We're outside, we're outside, we're inside, we're outside, we're inside. Okay, why are we not drawing it? Because we're going to draw the frickin' thing there. Okay. We're going to set the starting Y to either be, okay. See, we actually want this y coordinate that we get from drawing the thing. We even want that if we don't draw the thing. All right. Let's just say can't type. All right. So Oh yeah. RHS present marker Y. Okay. So no, not that. Starting Y. Present marker. Wait, we don't. We don't want to do this, really. Let's just say we have V margin. Let's put this out here. Okay. So I guess I just want to have an offset. How did we do this before? So that it shows up in the right place. We were like, we subtracted however much the beginning was from there. So I guess we'll do the same thing. So this starting Y is like the bottom of the square we're going to draw. And we just subtract something like that. Okay, so now we do just the same thing that we were doing here, which is we were figuring out how many, like what's our highest index, which in this case is abridged moves.count minus 1. You know, we could let's just do this up here just to be extra safe. We'll feel safe, just like when you mask all your children in the school, you feel safe. Now, abridged moves. We say yes. We adjust Y. Starting Y, we go Y minus equals V minus this is highest minus abridged move cursor, and then we're gonna say index is high, same. Oops, same as this. Simsalabim. Then we want to get the icon index and the character index, which we have from this. We're going to say ab, which is abridged. We already have index. Okay. And then we get the icon index and the character index. And really, we can call the same thing. We could say draw something. Draw something, the game on iOS. Draw what do we call it? Draw move summary for some X center size, right? Icon index, character index. These are on move dot, and H margin, V margin. Do we need V margin? No. H margin. Probably gonna need more than this, but let's just see. Okay. X center is a float, size is a float, H margin is a float, icon is a action, icon character index is a character index, and that's a float. Let's call it icon index. Okay. Highest. YY0 and YY1. We didn't do those. Oh, I actually cut all this stuff, so we need to put it here. Just copy these for now. This is copy pasta that we might be able to eliminate later. Okay. This color, we never really wanted this color anyway. Not for now. Move. This is in fact just icon index and character index, and these clamps are redundant. That is why I copied them out. X center. Yeah, I'll do that. I think I just called it icon. All right. Who knows what's going to happen here? Could be anything. Could launch the nukes. Okay. It's kind of working. In fact, I think it is working. We're just not drawing the numbers. GG's. So I think we'll draw these a little smaller, and we'll put a number next to them. Any questions about what specifically we're doing right now? Anyone? Why are there two columns? That is literally what we have been doing, is making two columns. That's why. There are two columns. Does the new system reflect camera view change? No, camera view changes do not go in the undo data at all. They're just cosmetic. So like, you could do a bunch of moves, switch to the alternate camera view, and undo a bunch of moves, and the undos will be fine, but they'll be in the new perspective, right? It's just an orthogonal thing. You thought I would divide a stack into two. That's what we're doing. See here? So when we're going through these, this guy on the left is being drawn like in the middle of this line. It's just to say that this is the current time and this is where we are, right? And now we're out of that and we're between these. And so we're between these, right? And now we're inside these. And now we're outside. I could almost see actually cursoring slowly through the left side. Instead of having it be fixed, it's like, how far are you through the thing? I don't know. You would guess it would be disorienting not to show these. No, I don't feel that way about it. I think if anything, it would be disorienting if the camera flies all over the place while you undo. Maybe if there's two or less moves, the moves could be ignored. No, because the whole point of having this left column is that you're going to be able to switch to it and navigate by the left column, all right? So you don't want it to not draw the thing, because then you can't like navigate by that, right? Also, the position doesn't correspond to the right column either. So it's not like you could tell by looking in the other column what was there. We talked about screenshots already during this stream. The point is these undos go into your frickin' save game, all right? So how many screenshots do you want? And are you going to be able to even tell what's in the screenshot when it's drawn at this size, right? Yeah. No, I mean, it was probably hours ago that we talked about this, actually. But like we save all these on your save file. So that plus the difficulty of having the screenshot show useful information is just not the right way to go for this. I don't think. Okay. Next. I mean, I think the next thing to do is to flip back and forth between these. So one of them will be the selected active one, right? And the other one will be the other one. And then we go from there. Let's just do those visuals a little bit, and we'll just have some fun making them slightly nice. And then, so we're going to have an active T and a T target for the left and the right. All right. And the right active T is going to start at 1 because we're going to start on the unit. Actually, you know what? We'll do that when you pop it open, because we want to reset this every time. Okay. So we're gonna use the same rates for a bit, but now we're gonna want to draw the two different sides of this panel. In different colors as they activate. So right now we're drawing a big old background clomper. Actually, let's continue while we're doing the active T's and the active T targets. Let's go. All right, doing this, doing this. Okay, so if left, if right, then right. Whatever. Okay. So we do that. That's eventually going to control which side we're actually navigating in. But here, well, let's make sure we compile. We do. Great. So when we draw the background, okay, we have this we're going to need an inactive and an active color. We'll try that. I don't know how that's going to look. Okay, so when we draw the quad, are we using this P0, P1, 2? No. Okay. So we're going to do this quad. Okay. Color is lerp. What's it called? Background color inactive, background color active by what did we call it? Right active T. All right. And then we're going to do the left side. Actually, that's left side. And then the right side. This is left active T. And right active T. Dang it. Oh, because I didn't. Dig it, Baba. Dang it. All right. There we go. Okay, so this side is active. It is active X. Look. Wait, I can't switch back to the right. And the input always goes. But I successfully switched. Okay, what's going on? What? How is that wrong? How's that wrong? How is that wrong? Okay, wait. It's not... Somehow I managed to switch. I mean, I haven't changed anything. Oh, you know what? We don't reset them. So it depends on if I pushed it. Yeah. All right. Boom. 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 Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. We could even dim the colors a little bit. Okay. Do 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 do. 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 Yeah. So I'm starting to get a little punchy, but I want to get this working before we take a break. So when we call this thing the draw move summary, we're going to pass left active T or right active T. Okay, and we're going to say lerp from brightness inactive to active T to 1, sorry, by active T. Lol, I thought we did our using. Pomodoro Pomeranian session. All right. Boom. Okay, I don't think we're using that variable. K. Pomodoro. Pomodoro. All right. Boom. I got it backwards. Now the brights are on the what? Active T. Oh yeah. I passed the wrong ones here. All right. Do. Pomodoro. All right, that's better. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So, two things to do before we take a break. One, draw the frickin' numbers. Okay, and then two, let us navigate, because right now we're still only navigating by one on the right-hand side. So, one is going to be draw the numbers. Two is going to be okay, any questions about what we're doing? I'm going to grab another drink because this drink's gone, and we will do those things that I just said. Questions? Anyone? Can use the icon data to set a more correct animation. The question is, how much data do we want to save in the undo records? Is really it. Like, it's not about the icon data. It's about which pieces of state did we save? And right now we do not save exact animations for characters, which didn't necessarily seem weird before because you would like undo to a certain time and time was still passing and stuff, so like they wouldn't be in the middle of that animation. But now it's like, oh, you're going to this certain time when he was pushing the thing, but he's not pushing the thing. So, I don't know. How am I feeling about my UI system code stuff? We didn't use any of that stuff for this. What do you mean? This is totally different. Sorry for coughing right into the microphone. Giving everybody COVID germs. Okay, let us draw the number. Should be kind of easy. We do want to initialize our own font and stuff. Can we move summary font? Okay, and then this kind of sucks. All right. So if count, we're going to do some stuff. Okay. Okay, and then text is going to be tprint %x, comma. Actually, text is going to be this. If count is greater than 1, text equals tprint %x. And the number, which is count. Yes, okay. So we get the string width. And we need to figure out where to put it. but I call it move summary. Anyway, so X, all these X zeros, Y zeros and stuff. I'll just put it down here. Okay. What's it called? Font effect flags? Yes. It is this thing. PG color. Color is horrible. We got numbers. Now, am I drawing the numbers in the best place? No. Couldn't you recreate the animation? Yeah, you could do all sorts of stuff like that. It may not be very easy in some cases, but you may not need to be super accurate. Okay, so like I could try to frame these things a little more and then put this thing vertically. Or I could put it horizontally where the number can be bigger. And instead of an X, just put the number. And just have it be real big. I don't know. Getting kind of tired, but I want to crank through it. You know what? Let's do the other part. We'll come back to this. Let's do the part where we do this. Navigating by ones is going to be left active or right active t-target. Greater than 0.5. All right. Instead, we're going to say if up we're going to look for abridged moves. We don't need this log for now. Sub abridged move cursor, right? And then we're going to say So if we're going up, then we want to say target equals move dot index 0 minus 1, or target equals move dot index 1. Easy clap. Okay, so if I'm here on the right, I still do onesies. But if I go to the left, oh, dang it. What did I do? I've got so many Visual Studios open. I bet it's array bounds check. No? I didn't do this one down here. That's the power of assert, this one right here. So here we update abridged move cursor. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. This is fine. This is... I didn't think we would do things this way, but it's how we did it. Okay. Boom. Onesies. Go to the left. Uh-oh. Why didn't that work? Oh, because I didn't... Dang it. Cursor 91, target 89. So why isn't it going to the target? It's getting them right. Oh, because we're setting delta. We are literally setting delta. How we doing? 2, 5, 13. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that shit. Okay, the going forward doesn't go. That's weird. Like I'm hitting down and it's not. Oh, because we're right. Yes. Okay. So I need to say the down isn't quite right. We go to the end of the current move unless we're already there, in which case we say if abridged move cursor is less than abridged moves dot count minus 1, we say next is +1, and we say target equals next dot index 1. There we go. Whizzle schnizzle. I say whizzle schnizzle. So yeah, I do think some kind of drawing what moves are going to undo would be pretty good. But this is great. This is real good. Now I think I just want to put the number on the right. Something like that. How's it going, everybody? Then we could we can take a break. We can come back tonight. We can smooth scroll this shit. We could do all kinds of things. Whizzle schnizzle. Yes, it'll look even more satisfying to use when we have actual bitmaps that make sense. And I think also maybe when we draw things, draw pathways. Okay, so for this, maybe I'll just draw it where it is, but with more of a background under it. Or with just more of a... I mean, I could hang it off a little bit and then... Because putting it on the right might be weird. Come on back now. Okay, so we'll just put Y. And then we'll put we'll just do a little backing behind that. We probably want to do like a higher quality blur. But for now, we'll go frickin' unit scale, dude. Let's make sure that still works. Because Y is the wrong type. How about the ability to save state with a hotkey? Yeah, I could imagine something like that, for sure. Okay, that's maybe down a little too low. Okay, and then okay. Let's just make sure that compiles. It does. We're not drawing a thing yet. I'm going to need to make another helper function for just RGB quad. Silly. Okay, the quad is not appearing. Oh, because it has a frickin' texture. It had a little red guy head. Okay, this is not quite what I wanted. But Okay. Okay. Kind of gross. Only if we're drawing text, we do this, and is LVNX still the bottleneck? Yeah, LVM is super slow. Super slow. Sag. Okay. All right. Could be prettier, but we will figure out how to display this prettier later. We're going to want to fix some of these icons. We're going to want to draw stuff on the screen. We're going to want to do all manner of things. But here you go, right? Here we go. It works. We're going to want to fix the not rerunning the character stuff. We're going to want to actually, okay, let me start writing down the things that we need to do after the break. We need post, undo, reevaluate. Hopefully that's easy. We need junk moves. We need to tag the start. We need to actually set when we close the thing. We need to give people the option to escape like if you hit escape, it won't do the thing, right? Oh, and then draw lines. Draw paths, which could be interesting. Could be interesting. Might not be interesting. Could be interesting. All right, I'm going to take a break. This has been 7 hours and 36 minutes of Pomodoro. My Pomodoro is you do 7 hours and 36 minutes, and then you take a 2-minute break. No. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to take a pretty long break, I guess. But I should be back on to do these things tonight because I wanted to get, I mean, this is, I wasn't sure that I would even get this far even in 12 hours or something because sometimes you hit a sticking point and it's rough. This is great. I mean, it's obviously not like a beautiful thing that we're going to ship for the final game, but it's good for now for figuring out what this should be. Yeah, and we'll continue to make it good. So yes, there's other stuff we could do, like when we slide this, we could like slide the screen over a little bit, maybe not, I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe that's a little bit of a short attention span thing to do. hard to say. Would putting a box around the current item make it easier to see which column you're in? Do you mean a box around the whole column or around the individual items? I've thought about both of these. Like these, they don't necessarily read as rows when they're really rows, right? So like drawing a box around, grouping them that way. But also, instead of just highlighting the background color, we could draw an outline around the current thing, right? Around the individual item. Like you mean what's the current active one or something? Because the thing is, on the right-hand one, you're always between items. So it would be like, what is the one you're about to undo, but you might be wanting to redo, right? That's the interesting thing is we could show the undo path and the backward in time path and the forward in time path. Which one you're moving when you cursor around. But there's two items, right? So on this right-hand column, if I go up, it's the item above the cursor. And if I go down, it's the item below the cursor. So it's like, do you highlight both of them? Do you put them both in like a active box? Something that lets you see which color you're using. But I mean, the background colors already do that, right? So putting a frame around the entire column that's brighter would also do that. I don't know. Like there's definitely more that can be done, for sure. Yeah, we could do just a slight bit more dimming on the inactive. Let's tweak that really fast. Oh, I could have done that while the thing was up. So if we're here, so we have this like brightness inactive, and we could go like real dim. That's a little too dim, and it's not applying to the text. I mean, that's pretty obvious, right? If we fix the text. Smooth scroll would be fun. Okay, let me fix the text real fast. Yeah, like there's definitely more that can be done here, but this is a start. That I agree that that's more clear. But yeah, there's plenty more to do. All right. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to take a break. Actually, I'm going to check in. Might not be able to. Let's see. New undo UI. First cut. First cut. Hope I didn't have other stuff checked out. Dang it. Oh. I'm going to put... Oh, what about this one? I never undid that. Oh, let's see really fast if the disaster is a disaster. So we want to put on the to-do list, push, remove. This one's easy. You know, we've already got a bunch of little things that are kind of piling up. All right, so let's go to the Lily test. See, okay, here I knew as soon as I popped this open that this was going to screw things up because we changed the level out from under the thing. And it like thinks it knows, yeah. So we should fix that. It like thinks it knows what it's dealing with, and then if you change the level under it and it doesn't notice and reset, it'll cause a crash. Okay, so here we have no undo state. I'm gonna do some stuff here. So that Pac-Man ghost is the Lily move, interestingly. Okay, what was I testing? Oh, I just wanted to make sure that the lilies move appropriately, which they seem to be. Like, again, without all the particles and stuff. But, yeah. All right. Boom. Checked in. So, we will continue later on. Oops. Not another commit, please. We will continue later on today for our second round of the Pomodoro. Do I know about the tiny artifact on the top of the icon above the project? All the icons are being drawn, yeah, because I don't have good control over the shaders right now. And these aren't final anyway. So what's happening is they're drawing in wrap mode. So like at the edges, it's bilinearly filtering the texels from both sides. So it's a little junk artifact that's coming up at times like that. And it's just not worth fixing right now. All right. Thank you, everybody. Oh, we just got raided. Too bad. Too bad. We'll see you later. Break time.